Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. MyPartsGarage.com is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory. Your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state, next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Right now, MyPartsGarage.com will price match your order, and yes, the shipping is still free. The last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find parts. The average driver in Chicago commutes at least 24 miles per day. People are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed and free shipping.
5:09. Time to check the climate of your business with AirComfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And time for a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamante. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Travel conditions are challenging with the rain and especially the wind. Now, right now, the flight boards at O'Hare show a handful of cancellations. This is mostly affecting flights to and from the east and the southeast, where there's some nasty weather. Also, some regional flights. Now, Midway looks pretty good. Just a couple of delays at the moment. On the roads, we have some issues. Fire in Lockport has 159th Street closed. Farrell Road and Veterans Memorial Tollway, 355. Downtown, got cracked windows in a high-rise, so Randolph is closed between Wells and Wacker, and that situation also has Franklin blocked between Washington and Randolph. Plus, the Adams Street Bridge is closed downtown for testing till 3 this afternoon. Some high water on southbound I-57 at 111th, blocking the right lane. There's now a trailer ban in effect for the Indiana Toll Road for Lake Porter and the Port Counties. It's scheduled till 3 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 Central. Traffic service of Al Pamati Ford. Stop. Before you buy your new car, you must visit Al Pamati Ford now. Truckloads of new cars and trucks have just arrived. Everything is priced to sell quickly. Al Pamati Ford is at 25th and North Avenue in Melrose Park. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
High wind warning in effect until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Lakeshore flood warning in effect until 1 a.m. tomorrow. On and off rain and drizzle for the morning, otherwise cloudy today with winds gusting past 40 miles per hour, high 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 38 and rain, winds out of the north at 20. Next news 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
Half-price wing Tuesdays now at B-Dubs. Any size order of traditional wings cost half as much, making Tuesdays twice as good. Buffalo Wild Wings, beer, sports. Valid at participating locations for a limited time.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
It's a twister. My best Jacobs from Airplane. Good morning, Dan and Amy. It's
Good morning, man with a new coat. Look at your little jacket.
It's not a new jacket. It's not really a new coat.
I've never seen that coat before.
No.
And it's a nice black windbreaker because it's appropriate because it's going to be 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts today. But it says Northwest Side GOP Club.
Represent.
What's your skank sign, huh? 2 fingers, 3. What you got going?
Don't flash.
Down with the elephant?
Don't flash Lakeview gang signs at me. You know what I'll have to do. Represent and dropping my G's like the governor. Representing Northwest Side GOP.
So what is this Northwest Side GOP Club?
In the house. Northwest Side GOP is in my house. Remember Carcinio?
Oh, yeah.
The Dana Carvey mashup of Johnny Carson.
Wait,
and
let me
Arsenio.
take a little picture. Here, turn around. Come on. Let me see the jacket. Oh, there you go. That is so cute. How long has this club been gathering?
This is a Northwest Side Republican activism.
Okay.
In the era of Trump, and they're.
Are you headquarters in Jefferson Park or Edison Park?
They have headquarters, and it's good. They're taking on that Section 8 monstrosity that John Arena wants to try to push through, and otherwise presenting a choice, trying to expand the parameters of discussion in Chicago. Let Chicagoans know that there are Republicans here, that we exist. They should be under consideration for local offices, those sorts of things, after all of their Democrat friends have destroyed the city.
Well, how many people belong to the Northwest Side GOP Club?
GOP. It's about, I don't know. I don't know what the membership is. I went to one meeting. I spoke at one meeting. There's probably 60 people in there. I mean, it's substantial. It's one of the new organizations, and frankly, one of the better organizations I've seen around the metropolitan area. So
Do you allow
some
women?
hope in Chicago.
Are women allowed
Of course,
to go?
yeah.
Okay.
There's actually it was a lot of coppers there.
Yeah. Female coppers? All right.
And female, yeah, both.
Stop.
Both genders.
I have to take the picture again. It didn't work. I know this is just come on. Work with me here. Come on, lean over a little to your left.
This is great radio.
This is great radio.
Yeah.
Well, if people are watching on the web, they can see.
Oh, well, yeah.
There you
go.
All right, I'll tweet it out.
Wrong day to drive a smart car, by the way, and I'm just worried about our new friend Sam Unsicker down at Big Monster Toys where we were yesterday.
Yeah, you guys were getting along beautifully, and then you found out that he drove not one, but he has two smart cars, and that kind of soured the relationship a little. You just looked at him differently.
I just hope he's, getting a ride to work, because he's driving in from Woodridge.
Yeah.
To,
no, Bolingbrook Downers Grove.
It's Woodridge.
That's because you two.
We talked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Excuse
back
me.
off. Don't get in between me and Sam. So I worry about him being blown to Northwest Indiana.
He really shouldn't be driving that car, because there is a trailer ban in effect for double wides. And I laugh every time I say this, and I shouldn't, but on certain roadways and expressways, because it's going to be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah.
Good day for you to go golfing.
I'm surprised your jalopy got you here, actually, without getting blown away.
I was hydroplaning a little bit, but thanks for your concern. I had two hands on the wheel. And you know what I need? Besides an oil change, I need new windshield wipers, because I really can't see. I was like the granny.
This is like Morgan Park all over again, right? Are you soliciting funds for wipers?
Can we start a GoFundMe page for windshield wipers?
Just don't. Our friends listening, just I'll pay for the wipers. Just don't even indulge the silliness. Don't even indulge the begging, the panhandling going on the airwaves.
It's a safety issue.
I know. Maybe Martellus Bennett will buy you wipers like he bought the Morgan Park kids rings.
He did?
Because CPS can't scrape together $3,000.
Oh, Martellus Bennett is the one who came forward?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. Did you hear about your guy Dustin Johnson?
Yeah, Mike Scott was just reporting on that.
Who falls? Or did he fall, or was he pushed? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could be another coke bender for Dustin Johnson. I hope he does not need to go to rehab for anything, whether physical injuries or substance abuse problems, because I have him in my Calcutta
That's
this
why
weekend.
I was thinking about you. I woke up to the news that he fell down the stairs in his home and might not be able to play this weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the other teams in our Calcutta to see if they
Can you
all
change
have alibis.
Well, okay, but you've got to keep him in. He's on your team.
Yeah, you don't get to redraft based on injuries. We had to take one of your players now because one of my golfers got injured.
I don't know how it works in the gambling world. I just recently won a crisp $100 bill, a Benjamin Franklin, for picking UNC to win.
Yeah.
The championship.
It was a bold pick.
It was.
Wait till the championship game, flip a coin. Heads North Carolina, tails Gonzaga, and you win $100. It's just that easy. So keep going, because that's how they build billion-dollar casinos in Vegas, based on people winning all the time.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, we're just talking about it. The wind, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts this morning. There's always already cancellations at Midway and O'Hare. It's going to be like this, just nasty out there all day long. A high of 48 degrees. Tonight, a low of 34. And tomorrow, the sun will finally come out. It will be breezy, a high of 55. And I have to talk about the weekend because it's going to be spectacular. Saturday and Sunday, both plenty of sunshine both days. A high of 68 on Saturday. And on Sunday, highs in the mid-70s, so go enjoy. But there's no enjoyment on the roads right now. Let's get into our alarm detection systems traffic center. Here's Jim Talamante.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. And there are no trailers on the Indiana toll roads. There shouldn't be. They're banned now on the toll road in Lake Porter and LaPorte counties until 2 Central Time, 3 Eastern. You'll have more trucks on the alternates like 12 and 20 and 94 in northwest Indiana. Lockport got a fire. 159th is blocked off. Farrell Road at 355. The wind is a problem in downtown Chicago. Got a cracked window in a high-rise. It says Randolph blocked off in Wells and Wacker. Also Franklin and Randolph and Washington. Seeing mild delays on the inbound Stevenson, Ryan, Bishop Ford, and I-57. Outbound I-57, 111th, some high water in the right lane. The flight boards at O'Hare and Midway don't show a lot of issues right now. There are more cancellations actually later in the day than this morning. There are some cancellations at O'Hare, but a lot of that is due to weather. Not as much here as in the southeast, where there are some issues. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
The website upstream-ideas.com, premium content that enhances what we do each morning on this show, our digital platform, where we've got podcasts of our Illinois Rising program covering state policy and politics, long-form interviews in our Against the Current series, still featuring David Keene, the former chairman of the American Conservative Union, president of the NRA. He's got a new book out about threats to your Second Amendment rights. Follow the Logic, Man on the Street interviews this week featuring UIC students following the logic on higher ed funding in Illinois, and they actually do a pretty good job. Dollars and cents, 2-minute warnings. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My water heater broke down.
Sorry, but your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover water heater breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my water heater?
I'm afraid not.
But his water heater could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. That's 1-800-300-2127. 1-800-300-2127.
AM 560, The Answer. Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity. Right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Okay, so the world's #1 golfer, Dustin Johnson. Here's what happened. You know, these golfers, they rent homes when they go on the PGA Tour, and they sometimes they bring their own bed. But he was in a rented home, and he was going out to the garage to move a car when he slipped on 3 wooden steps. He fell down and go boom, and he injured his lower back.
Yeah, great one.
Sure.
Hurt. Stop crying about it. Paulina Gretzky, I think, maybe had something to do with. Maybe she threw him down the stairs because, they've had problems, those kids. But I think they're going to make it. All right, Susan Rice.
Oh.
Susan Rice. We properly dissected Susan Rice's evolving answers on the questions of her involvement with intelligence intercepts and requesting for the unmasking of names, and all of the questions about whether this was the surveillance state monitoring political opposition, using all the power of the surveillance state for politics. Those are open questions. We dissected them fairly well yesterday. Molly Hemingway's got a good piece in the Federalist that does sort of what we did yesterday, comparing what Susan Rice was saying in her interview with Andrea Mitchell to what she said a couple of weeks earlier in her interview with PBS's Judy Woodruff. And then you get the spin control, right? You get CNN and MSNBC rallying to the defense of Susan Rice. And no more strong a proponent of Susan Rice and all things unbelievable, all things to which your reaction should be incredulity, is CNN's Van Jones. He's got his own show on CNN now.
I know. Have you watched it?
Well, I mean, it's the network for Obama suck toys. You got Don Lemon, now you got Van Jones. And I don't know, Gloria Vanderbilt's kid. He's
I
better.
Like
He's better.
Yes.
He's better than those two. And Wolf Blitzer, I don't know. He's just annoying.
Wolf, I know something. He's always nervous, don't you think?
The best. You have to go to the Onion, by the way, Onion TV, and see the little morning show spoof they do, where they interview the girl who was raised by Wolf Blitzer. And there's this young girl who does like a dead bang impersonation of Wolf Blitzer, where he does these running synonyms. And it says one word and then gives two synonyms for that word in questions or the setup to a report. It's good stuff. But here's Van Jones saying not only should Susan Rice not be subject to this firestorm, she should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
What?
The right-wing media wants to burn Susan Rice at the stake for doing her job. That's it. Susan Rice was our national security advisor. To give good advice, you got to ask good questions, especially when fishy-looking stuff lands on your desk. Okay? Now, finding out for yourself the names of sketchy people doing possibly sketchy things is called unmasking. Okay? Now, it doesn't mean revealing that to the whole world. That would be illegal. It does mean revealing those names to yourself at your desk so you can do a better job advising the president. As best we can tell, that's all she did. Her job. Now, if she were a terrible person, up to no good, trying to ruin Donald Trump, you know what she would have done? What she could have done? She could have called a press conference in the middle of the election.
Of course.
Like James Comey did from the FBI. Okay? She could have run around screaming bloody murder. Look what I found. Look what I found. She didn't do that.
Because she didn't want to go to jail.
She got very disturbing information, and she looked into it. And as best we can tell, she did her job inside the proper channels. For doing this, Donald Trump should give Susan Rice the Presidential Medal of Freedom, okay? Somebody like Comey would have run to the cameras, created a huge firestorm, and possibly wrecked his campaign. So Republicans should love Susan Rice.
Yeah. Should Republicans love Susan Rice? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-360-A, turnkey.pro text line. Boy, I never looked at it through Van Jones's perspective before, and I never want to again.
But her calling she should have called a press conference.
Yeah,
what would that have looked like, Dan? Can you color in the lines for me there?
So
how that would have gone down.
Here's the Van Jones understanding of this. Here's his kindergarten understanding of this. So if she was a terrible person, she would have called a press conference to disclose to the world, hey, look, here's this classified information I have, and here's what it contains, and you know it's true because I'm the national security advisor, at which point she would have been arrested and prosecuted for illegally disclosing classified information. So that's why she didn't do it.
He doesn't know the job description of her position.
Oh, well, or the law. I mean, but why include these things? They're inconveniences for this the tortured narrative that the left must concoct in order to say there's nothing to see here. Don't even ask questions. Just dismiss it out of hand. I'm not accusing Susan Rice of having committed a crime because I don't know. But there are legitimate questions to be asked based on the Eli Lake report in Bloomberg News the other day. This is a something burger, as Eli Lake says today in his Bloomberg News update on both of the stories, both the Russian collusion story as well as the surveillance of Trump associates story. Both are something burgers where there are legitimate questions to be asked and answers that should be demanded. And this Presidential Medal of Freedom, if she was bad, she would have had a press conference. There's nothing that Van Jones understands as indicated by that little 90-second rant that he went on. Phil on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, she should be charged, and so should the rest of this media. They're all communists, and they professionally turn everything around, make them like they did something wonderful. And it's aggravating because, they have communist meetings in churches downtown from the founders of the Communist USA.
Enough
all
about
themselves
Amy's
Democrats. It never ends.
All right, thanks for the call, Phil, and doing your best version of our conservative Van Jones. Throw them all in jail. Nobody goes to jail. Everybody goes to jail. There's something in between, the kind of rush to put everybody in prison. Let's just kind of ask sensible questions and follow the evidence where it leads. It doesn't have to be so kind of binary. Everybody's in jail, nobody's in jail. Everybody gets charged, nobody gets charged. We don't have to kind of do it that way.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Lately, it seems you're not feeling quite right, as if your body is working against you. Dr. Amy and Associates can help create a path to achieve optimal health. Experience personalized health care for your mind, body, and spirit at a practice that blends holistic and traditional medicine.
I was involved in a devastating head-on motorcycle accident, which left me broken, battered, and afraid. I turned to Dr. Amy and Associates to care for my broken body. With their help, I healed quickly. I was able to sleep, and the nightmare stopped. I was able to get back on the motorcycle without fear. Since they worked with my insurance, I've used them for allergy and food sensitivity testing, weight loss, massage, acupuncture, and life coaching. They use both Eastern and Western medicine and is a holistic practice like no other. I am so grateful for Dr. Amy and Associates.
Call Dr. Amy and Associates to experience a whole-person integrative approach to health and wellness. 630-980-1400 or visit dramyandassociates.com. Dr. Amy and Associates, empowering people, changing lives.
Hey, how would you like to have insurance for your computer network? Something to protect your hardware and software, and more importantly, give you peace of mind. Well, using TurnKey IT for installation and support of your system is like having insurance for your computer network. For one affordable monthly payment, your company gets a full team of certified technicians who are there for you, working in the background to ensure your systems are up and running. They'll help you over the phone and make house calls to your workplace. And TurnKey IT doesn't wait until there's an emergency because they work hard to take preventative measures, keeping networks secure, backed up, and running nonstop. TurnKey IT can protect your network with the TurnKey experience, where everything is included: Office 365 hosting, advanced network protection, cloud backup, disaster recovery, and unlimited remote and on-site support. So find out what TurnKey IT can do for your company today. It's easy. Just visit turnkey.pro. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Trump says he's flexible on Syria. Does that concern you at 5:38?
and later, a dead woman wins an election in Joliet. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
39 in rain showers, and in Zimbabwe this morning, police say as many as 17 are feared dead after a bus went up in flames after colliding with a truck. More than 40 others survived that crash with serious injuries. The Senate will take the unexpected and controversial in some cases step on the way to confirming the next Supreme Court justice. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says it's not unprecedented. It's what's expected if he invokes what's called the nuclear option to get Neil Gorsuch confirmed, cutting off debate by a simple majority vote.
I hope they'll consider what their actions would mean for future Supreme Court confirmations. I hope they'll consider what their actions could mean for the future of this body more broadly.
Republicans do hold a 52-48 majority. Senate rules currently require 60 votes to cut off debate. President Trump begins his first summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping today at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The get-together is scheduled to last less than 24 hours. Meantime, the president says he's proudly carrying the responsibility to respond to the deadly chemical attack in Syria right to his own desk at the White House.
These heinous actions by the Assad regime cannot be tolerated. The United States stands with our allies to condemn this horrific attack.
Famed astronaut John Glenn will be laid to rest today. His remains escorted through Maryland from Dover Air Base to Arlington National Cemetery. Glenn, you recall, died last December in Ohio at age 95. Severe storms are pounding parts of the southeast U.S. again. At least 5 tornadoes reported in Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. Strong winds wreaking havoc around Chicagoland today. Waves as high as 22 feet expected along Lakeshore Drive, causing flooding. Suburban Chicago mayor who held a fundraiser for President Donald Trump last year has expanded his lead in his re-election battle with a union organizer backed by top Democrats in Bolingbrook. Northeastern Illinois University canceling classes for 3 days over the next month as a cost-saving measure. And Thursday, today, marks the 100th anniversary of the U.S. entry into World War I. And some of the innovations that were developed or came into wide use during that conflict are still with us today. The world's first mechanized war introduced enhanced weaponry and equipment like machine guns, tanks, warplanes, submarines, and these items: trench coats and wristwatches. Cardinals and Cubs will try again today to finish their 3-game series after yesterday's game at Busch was rained out. Tigers and White Sox also rained out here in Chicago. That game will be made up in May as part of a doubleheader. And college hockey's Frozen Four kicks off this afternoon at the UC. Minnesota Duluth facing off against Harvard. The news service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. At Westin Hotels and Resorts, they offer running gear to their guests. Why? It's not to help you race to catch your flight. It's so you can pack less and work out more while on the road, because they know what a runaround travel can be. Westin Workout Gear Lending. Westin, let's rise. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has heard enough about Russia.
Once more, I ask the never-ending question, the question that's never been answered for me. Hey, give me even a hypothetical as to how Russia impacted the outcome of our election. I am so sick of talking about whether Russia did or didn't impact the outcome of our election. I can't see straight.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fishing Classic, new products, amazing deals. Your one stop before the water. Get 25% off all Rapala tools, lures, and tackle bags in store and online at Cabela's.com.
5:35 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Michael. Due to the conditions, there is a double and triple trailer ban. Not a total trailer ban, but on the Indiana Toll Road in Lake Porter and LaPorte counties, it's no double or triple trailers allowed until 2 o'clock Central Time, 3 Eastern, due to the high winds. Got a cracked window, a high rise in the loop. This has Washington closed off between Wells and Wacker, and Franklin block between Randolph and Washington. A fire in Lockport has 159th closed, 355 west of Farrell Road. Edens and the Kennedy are wet and windy, otherwise okay. Inbound Eisenhower, a little congested past 25th Avenue. Stevenson, got a 2-minute delay, State to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge, outbound 27. Traffic is a service of NTB. Get your 5-quart conventional oil change today, just $19.99 plus $3 disposal fee. For tires, oil, service, and repairs, National Tire and Battery. That's all you need. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. A windy day, rain and drizzle this morning, otherwise cloudy and chilly, and a bit of snow on and off throughout the morning, high near 48. And remember that flood warning continues for the Des Plaines River and also that lakefront. High wind and flood warning that could impact Lakeshore Drive. 38 at O'Hare, 38 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, Donald Trump, President Trump, weighed in on a number of issues yesterday, including substantive geopolitical issues of war and peace, like the situation in Syria after that horrific gas attack the other day in which dozens were killed, many children. And lesser things of lesser importance, like Bill O'Reilly's status at Fox News. Before we get to that, let's close out our Susan Rice review here. Ed in Oak Brook here on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, Dan, I know you're going to go ballistic on this, but if you think about it, Susan Rice was the absolute perfect soldier for Obama. Who else could go on Sunday talk shows and convince people that a video caused the Benghazi thing? Who else can go out there and say that that guy, that traitor Bergdahl, was actually like a superhero Marine or whatever military branch he was in? Only someone that was a perfect operative for Obama that just marched out there and did that. She should not be anywhere near the word security or intelligence in any description of her work. And, I mean, she's just perfect for that job. She's a liar. I don't like her. But you know what? She did what she was told, and she did it well. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thanks for calling. I don't know why you think I'd go ballistic over that. I don't trust Susan Rice either, and I think she is very Axelrodian in her ability to be a professional liar and very measured, professional tone and language, say things that aren't true.
But who directed her to lie?
Well,
because you don't just come up with a lie. I mean, you don't. There are larger forces at hand.
Well, it's yes. I mean, the question.
It's a group lie.
The question with respect to this is, why did she do? Let's get an understanding of the extent of what she did, and then the rationale behind it, and if it was her own initiative, which it certainly could have been. I don't need instruction. I know what to do in advance of our position, meaning defeating Trump. Or was she given a formal order from someone or a formal directive from someone? I mean, these are all legitimate questions that deserve inquiry, as we said. So on the matter of President Trump yesterday, he met with King Abdullah II of Jordan, and also did an interview with the New York Times where he held forth on Syria in the wake of that gas attack, as I mentioned.
And we'll be talking about that at the top of the hour.
But also O'Reilly.
Yeah.
And, O'Reilly's status at Fox News as his show hemorrhages advertisers.
Well, so the New York Times sat down with Donald Trump, and he was talking about the media's coverage of Susan Rice, and he praised Fox News, and then that led into singling out Bill O'Reilly in particular, saying that he's, a wonderful man, he's on top of it. And then they asked him, I said, speaking of Bill O'Reilly, what do you think about the sexual harassment suits? And I cannot believe what Donald Trump said. He said, I think he's a person I know well. He's a good person. I don't think Bill did anything wrong. Nothing. Oh, no, nothing wrong. And then he went on to say that he shouldn't have settled. He said, personally, I think he shouldn't have settled because he should have taken it all the way. I don't think Bill did anything wrong again. So I know that they've had a decades-long relationship. But on this one, President Trump should sit that one out and shut his mouth and not get involved because clearly something did happen. There is something there. I mean, when you settle with $13 million, $9 million of which was his own.
$10 million.
$10 million of his own. There's a problem.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. Should Donald Trump weigh in on these matters like Bill O'Reilly, or should he, are these examples or instances where he should exercise restraint, as Amy is suggesting? Yeah, I'm in the camp where it's probably better that he didn't comment on such things. I get the whole argument of misdirection plays and, everybody focuses on the simple story over here, the referendum on Bill O'Reilly and his tenure at Fox and his treatment of women, and it distracts from everything else over here that we can focus on without getting hammered from every direction by the media. They can hammer me on something that's less important than the things that are important, Obamacare, repeal and replace,
Right.
Gorsuch, et cetera. I get that, but I also think there's a credibility issue. And the president should guard his credibility.
I mean,
The president should guard his credibility jealously. And I think when you weigh in on matters like this, especially drawing a conclusion about what he did or didn't do and whether it was right or wrong, I don't know what evidence Donald Trump has. He's not one to provide a lot of evidence for conclusions he draws such as this. And I think it damages his credibility unnecessarily. His credibility is part of the political capital that he has for policy matters. I don't think that political capital should be spent on making a determination on Bill O'Reilly's treatment of women. As Mona Charen writes in National Review Online today in her piece comparing Bill O'Reilly to Mike Pence, interestingly.
What?
Well, I'll get to it. But it's not a flattering comparison for O'Reilly. They're the $10 million from out of his own pocket, $13 million overall, 5 women. Those are not the kind of dollar figures that you provide to make nuisance suits go away.
Well, he said he did it to keep his family from having to deal with the embarrassment, so his wife and kids weren't embarrassed. But back to President Trump, though, he has his own history of sexual harassment allegations. That's why it's another layer on the onion, I should say, that you should not comment about other people's sexual harassment suits.
Well,
when I would step away from that toxic topic.
I suppose the difference is that Trump is denied and is fighting those allegations to the extent they ever see their day in court. So that turns out to be a big difference. O'Reilly's $13 million, the audio evidence of O'Reilly harassing his producer. Mm-hmm. So the argument that this was just all people that wanted to be TV stars, and when they weren't granted access to his show to advance their career, then they sued. Well, that certainly doesn't include his producer, and she's the recipient of the largest settlement. So, yeah, I don't buy Bill O'Reilly's cover story. Mm-hmm. I do believe many of the accusations against him, which some of which have been substantiated on voicemail messages he left as producer, for example. But that's not the same thing as saying the president should weigh in one way or the other. I don't think he needs to throw Bill O'Reilly under the bus. I think the president of the United States can have a productive day without ever commenting on Bill O'Reilly.
Right. And right now, just so you know, the total's 25 sponsors have withdrawn advertising from his show.
Now, the flip side is Maxine Waters. So let's get to Mike in Bolingbrook first. Mike in Bolingbrook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with with both of you anymore. That Trump and O'Reilly are cut from the same mold. They're both on TV. They're both successful. But the big difference is Trump has to draw the line. He has to act and show himself as a politician. You can't make comments like that. And O'Reilly's got to own up to it. His whole show is no spin. The spin stops here. He's putting a spin on this. It's getting bigger, and it's getting out of control.
All right. Thanks for the call, Mike. Now, the problem, of course, is the left just can't keep well enough alone. They don't understand when they're winning. And so they trot out No Justice, No Peace, Maxine on MSNBC. And I know nobody saw it because I'm the only one who watches MSNBC. But here's what she said. Great. Here's what she said about O'Reilly. Oh, boy, here we go.
Don't forget, he talked about grabbing women in their private parts, and because he was important, he could get away with it. And so they are two of a kind. And so I'm not surprised that he stood up and tried to defend Bill O'Reilly. But it's all catching up with Bill O'Reilly and that sexual harassment enterprise that they created over there at Fox. And it's catching up with them, and you have over 30 advertisers who have taken away their advertising. They are not wanting to do business with them anymore because of the way that they have created this record of sexual harassment. They have treated women very badly. And so I understand the Justice Department has opened a case. They're taking a look at them because this really is a sexual harassment enterprise. It shouldn't be in America that you can sexually harass women and then buy your way out of it because you're rich. If they continue to do this in the way that they have done, they need to go to jail. The president's over there talking today about Susan Rice going to jail. They need to go to jail. Bill O'Reilly needs to go to jail.
Yeah.
That's a little...
Can't leave well enough alone, can you? No justice, no peace, Maxine. Bill O'Reilly to jail. No, I don't think so. One other point, of course, you can't buy your way out of sexual harassment suits unless you're a leftist, unless you're Al Gore or one of the Kennedys.
Or Edwards.
Or John Edwards, or that's a whole different Bill Clinton. That's a whole different story. Then you can buy your way out. Of course, the double standard. The other thing that is worth noting: the idea of calling Fox News a sexual harassment enterprise. I mean, it's Maxine Waters, so by definition, it's reckless and silly. But I mean, just because you'll hear other people say that are supposed to be more serious people, but they turn out not to be more serious people than Maxine. I'm not aware of any sexual harassment suits against Brett Baer, against Brit Hume, against Greg Gutfeld, against all of the other on-air men at Fox, and you had a lot of women at Fox rally to the defense of Roger Ailes during that whole contretemps in terms of what their experience was with Roger Ailes before he was ousted. So let's focus on the subject and not cast a wide net that is inappropriate.
Well, I don't know how long Bill O'Reilly's show is going to be on Fox. The list of these sponsors that pulled: BMW, we knew Mercedes-Benz, Hyundai, Eli Lilly, Allstate, Bear. I mean, these are some pretty big names. This is going to affect the pocketbook. And this is, I mean, they might have to get rid of him or cut his salary. Something's going to give here.
Well, we'll see.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Jaguar, Land Rover, Credit Karma.
Well, I mean, nobody would
Ainsworth.
ever thought Roger Ailes would get ousted, but it happened. So, nobody is indomitable. Nobody is, including O'Reilly.
Forecast for today, very windy. Wow. 2 hands on the wheel, that's for sure. Wind gusts of up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's just going to be a miserable day, a high of 48 degrees. Tonight, a low of 34, but at least the rain will stop. And Friday looks great. We're going to have sunny and breezy conditions, a high of 55. And the weekend, I know we don't talk about it so soon, but Saturday is going to be mostly cloudy. Warm, a high of 68. And we're going to hit 73 degrees on Sunday under mostly sunny skies. Now let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Busy man today on the roadways and in the air. Here's Jim Talamante.
Amy and Dan, we got power lines down at Orland Park. 131st is closed between Southwest Highway and LaGrange Road. 159th closed in Lockport from Farrell to 355 after a fire. Downtown Chicago got a cracked window on a high-rise. It says Randolph blocked between Wells and Wacker and Franklin between Randolph and Washington. Indiana Toll Road has a double and triple trailer ban in effect in Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties due to the winds. Inbound Kennedy's 22 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The Eisenhower 33 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Stevenson 40 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan 22 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 28 minutes from I-80 to the merge. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you're looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. According to creditcard.com, credit card holders in Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan are carrying over $33K worth of debt on their credit cards. Now, the Federal Reserve recently increased short-term interest rates by 1/4 point, which, according to credit enhancement expert Gary Novel, will increase the average credit card holder's interest payments by $825 a year. Now, the extra interest payment increases to $1,650 when the Fed increases rates another 1/4 point. The good news is home values have rebounded, so now's an excellent time to call David at 312-751-1333 to use your home's equity to eliminate your stress, pay off credit card debt, and lower your monthly payments. To see if you can use your home equity to pay off your debt, then pick up the phone and call David now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
How would you like to lose 10, 15, even 25 pounds in the next 30 days? Well, I'm about to tell you how you can do it for free right now. You've probably heard of Beachbody or seen their workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. Well, they just launched a beta trial of their new online video service called Beachbody On Demand, and they're inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. Now, here's the catch. In return, all they want is for you to let them know what you think of their new on-demand service so they can make it the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text the word STREAM to 303030 and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, Brazil Butt Lift, or one of 500 other Beachbody workouts for free. And that means you can lose 10, 20, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Just text STREAM to 303030. That's STREAM to 303030 to get started for free right now.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being. Let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Your healthcare facility could be spreading infectious pathogens, and you don't even realize it. You do your best to protect patients and staff, but is it enough? You hear frequent news of people going to the hospital for a procedure and leaving with an unrelated infection that could have been prevented, and it's costing healthcare $45 billion each year in revenue loss, additional surgeries, longer hospital stays, possible loss of accreditation, and even wrongful death. Are you doing everything you can to decrease the risk of infection in your critical environments, your operating rooms, your labs, and your pharmacies? All your critical environments. Don't take the risk. Critical Environments Professionals, or CPRO, is the one provider for compliance, containment, and infection prevention. An innovator with decades of experience with a multitude of hospitals served. Contact them for a free infection risk assessment for your critical facilities. Go to cproinc.com. Hit the promotions button. That's ceproinc.com. Or call 847-636-7710.
5:57. Let's get an update on the roads and the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Like on the Indiana Toll Road, a double and triple trailer ban is in effect for Lake Porter, the Port Counties, till 2 this afternoon. The Edens is wet, windy, but otherwise okay. The Kennedy, 24 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, 34 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 20 minutes from I-80 to the merge. There are some flight delays, not too many, mostly involving flights to the east and southeast. Delays and cancellations. Traffic is a service of Staples. HP Savings Month at Staples means big savings on great HP products all month long. Now buy one HP ink and get the second at 40% off and experience the outstanding print quality of HP ink. Ends 4/8. Restrictions apply. See staples.com/HP month. Staples. Make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues after a full update from Fox News. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
High wind warning in effect until 4 p.m.
Wind gusts of 40 miles per hour inland, 50 to 60 miles per hour near the lake. Otherwise, on and off rain and drizzle for the morning, cloudy throughout the day, high 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Light rain and 38 at O'Hare, 38 along the lakefront. The news service of NTB. Get your 5-quart conventional oil change today. Just $19.99 plus $3 disposal fee for tires, oil service, and repairs. National Tire and Battery. That's all you need. 5:59. Here are the stories we're following this morning on AM 560. The Answer. Strong winds wreaking havoc around Chicagoland today. The National Weather Service says those wind gusts will top 60 miles an hour along Lake Michigan. Suburban Chicago mayor who held a fundraiser for President Donald Trump last year is expanding his lead in his re-election battle with a union organizer backed by top Democrats. Roger Clark of Bolingbrook continues to hold a lead in that election race. Northeastern Illinois University canceling classes for 3 days over the next month as a cost-saving measure. Cancellation scheduled on April 11, 12, and May 1st. Cardinals and Cubs were rained out. They'll try again today to finish that great game set at Busch Stadium. Yesterday's game between the Tigers and White Sox also rained out in Chicago. And tonight the Bulls square off with the 76ers, and the Blackhawks battle the Ducks in Anaheim. 38 degrees. More Dan and Amy after Fox, WIND, Chicago News
Fox
Time,
News
6.
Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The showdowns this morning at the Senate, where Democrats may carry out that threatened filibuster to block Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Republicans are expected to go nuclear to break the filibuster, changing precedent and lowering the confirmation threshold from 60 votes to 51. Senator Rand Paul and other GOP lawmakers say Judge Gorsuch is eminently qualified.
He's going to be a textualist, an originalist, someone who obeys the Constitution.
Democrats are still smarting over President Obama's pick, never getting a chance. Senator Dianne Feinstein.
The Republicans did not give Merrick Garland a hearing.
A final confirmation vote on Judge Gorsuch could come sometime tomorrow. Dave.
Rachel, there's more heat on Susan Rice, the former national security advisor, who denies a political motive to unmasking the names of Trump officials caught up in foreign surveillance.
In a phone call yesterday with our chief White House correspondent, John Roberts, President Trump says he believes Susan Rice may have committed a crime in the unmasking of officials who were scooped up in those intelligence reports. And Vice President Pence is now the latest to call on Rice to testify.
That's Fox's Griff Jenkins. Democrats call this a smokescreen in the probe into Russian interference in the presidential campaign. A denial from Syria. The foreign minister says they never used and will never use chemical weapons. Russia claims it was an airstrike that hit a rebel chemical stockpile, but in the West, leaders are blaming the Syrian regime.
That crosses many, many lines, beyond a red line, many, many lines.
The president declined to specify what exactly he might do in response, but he said his attitude towards Syria and its president, Bashar al-Assad, has changed very much.
Fox's John Decker, the White House. This is the number dead from Tuesday's attack has risen to 86. Also in Syria, human rights monitors say ISIS militants have killed 33 young men, slitting their throats. Hamas militants in Gaza executed 3 Palestinians this morning, hanging them for collaboration with Israel. Meanwhile, a Palestinian killed an Israeli in the West Bank, ramming a car into him. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Oh, this roof is so needy.
Call Crumedy.
How do you spell that?
KRUMW.
Oh, just go to myroofisneedy.com. If your roof is needy, call Crumedy. This is Greg Olson of Crumedy.
And I'm Mark Olson from Crumedy. We are a third-generation family-run business, and we have been doing Chicagoland roofs since 1953.
You can't do that unless you do really great roofs. We share the same conservative values as you, and we want to do your roof. Here's what you can expect.
First, no high pressure. You make the choice. Whatever option you choose, count on getting a roof that lasts at a fair price.
You see, application is the key. We follow the manufacturer's specifications so your warranty is intact. A lot of companies don't do that, and that could void your warranty.
Our installation is outstanding. No horror stories here. The roof you need that will fix your problems. When your roof is needy,
call Crumedy.
Go to myroofisneedy.com. myroofisneedy.com.
5 times more hires are made through Indeed.com than any other job site, according to independent research. Imagine a lottery that had 5 times more winners, or a Sunday with 5 times more touchdowns. When you're hiring, It makes 5 times more sense to use Indeed. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Buying a new tractor? You owe it to yourself to visit your LS Tractor dealer. LS Tractors give you a lot more tractor for less money compared to other brands. For starters, LS Tractor comes with more select features as standard equipment. They make operating your tractor easier with better performance to get more work done quicker. Compare and you'll know who gives you more tractor for your money. LS Tractor. Excel in your field. Learn more at lstractorusa.com.
Visit Abbey Equipment in Streeter and get more tractor.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, and this question. Do you agree with Tiny Dancer's proposal that as a condition of graduation from the Chicago public school system, a senior must obtain a college acceptance letter or some other type of certificate for an apprentice program? They must have proof that they are going on to post-secondary education, either at the collegiate level or in a vocational program. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro. Text line, do you think that makes a lot of sense?
Well, I was taken back by, here again, we have the government or a mayor telling our children what they have to do in order to graduate from high school, because more than likely my kids are going to be going to Chicago Public School High School. So I understand where he's going on this. He wants to make sure that kids stay focused and off the streets and out of gangs. But who is he to decide what our children do? I mean, if my kids go to school and get good grades and graduate, that's what we've all done. I mean, we haven't had an extra requirement put upon us to show that we are going to go on to higher learning or to maybe an apprenticeship, right? Or the armed services.
Yes, the armed services
right.
as well.
So,
or an internship.
I just think it's a busybody government getting involved.
So why would he do this? Why do this? I mean, and please, let's skip over the naivete that would suggest this has something to do with an interest in children's education or being successful in life. If we could dispense with that silliness and not pretend
I think he wants
that he has
kids
any
to
interest.
succeed. But he wouldn't send his own kids to these public schools. That's the problem.
So now that we're done with the preposterous notion that he is advancing this proposal because of any interest in Chicago families and the lifelong success of their children, if we can get past that and look it through the political prism, because that's how Tiny Dancer looks through everything. Do you think this is to funnel kids to Sarah Lawrence? No, I don't think so. What is this? What could this really be about?
I don't know. I mean, the current freshman class of 2020 will be the first impacted. So Eli and Peyton, they're 2022 and 2023.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of time now between, that's 3 years. But why is he doing it, Dan?
So
Please help me.
There's two things. One is it is a political statement in advance of his 2019 reelection that he wants to give the impression that we're still reform-minded, we're at the tip of the spear, we're setting high expectations because we don't want to extend the soft bigotry of low expectations. We want the best for our kids. We want them to get to college or the workforce and be successful. He wants to kind of position himself that way from a branding perspective. That's one. Here's the other thing. Where are most of these CPS kids going to go that, frankly, do not have the requisite skills for post-secondary education because they have been discriminated against based on their household income and address and relegated to schools that have not educated anyone or have incidentally educated a handful of students for generations?
Well, what about...
Where are they going to go? They're going to Harvard? They're going to Sarah Lawrence?
They're going to be ballerinas like Tiny Dancer?
What if their family doesn't have enough money to send them to school and they have difficulties getting student loans?
They're not. Well, those two things are not congruous. When they don't have money, thus they get student loans and go deep into debt to go to Chicago State.
Yeah, but is that really the mayor's business? I mean, think about it, Dan. If you were graduating and you had to show that you are going to go to Northwestern, and if you weren't, you had to show what you are going to be doing.
This is
It's learn, plan, succeed is the proposal, Dan.
This is not an issue for the high achievers from the well-to-do and politically connected families that are the lucky ones that go to the handful of schools that actually educate children in Chicago. That's not what this is about. This is about funneling. Look, let's just be real honest. 85% of CPS students are minority. This is about funneling minority children who are being cheated, who are being discriminated against, into the city colleges and Chicago State to prop up the city colleges and to prop up Chicago State because of the state and federal funds that attach to these students. That's what this is about.
Right, because there's such a failing attendance rate at Chicago State.
Not
at city colleges.
Graduation rate. Chicago State, let's start there. $2.5 million per year per graduate. This is the story that my outlet, Chicago City Wire, did back last fall. 11% of its 3,462 undergraduate students who entered the school in 2009 had graduated by 2015.
Ooh.
11%. That's what this is about. Chicago State 2015 audit. Revenues $162.6 million in 2015, $96 million from Illinois taxpayers, and the rest from the federal government in form of direct grants and tuition assistance. By the way, I'm sorry, 3,462 is the total undergraduate population. The Chicago State audit, 589 of those students who entered as freshmen in 2009, 65 total managed to graduate. That's the 11%. 65 of 589, 2009 to 2015.
Wow.
Okay. So this is what it's about. It's about propping up these failing post-secondary schools in Chicago, just as we prop up the failing CPS schools. Graduation rates at some of the city colleges. Richard J. Daley College, this seems strangely appropriate.
Yeah.
2014, 11%. Olive Harvey College, 9%. Kennedy King College, 25%. Truman College, 13%. In his book, Inside Higher Education, Thomas Sowell talks about putting children in places they can't succeed because you didn't prep them for success. So the idea that we're just going to force all these kids into college that were not provided the educational opportunity to be prepared to do post-secondary work. And by the way, this isn't just a Chicago problem. It's a statewide problem. Talk to any community college president. They'll tell you about the amount of money they spend on remediation for incoming freshmen in these open enrollment schools who are not prepared to do post-secondary work. So we pay for them to not get educated at the high school level so we can pay for them to take the courses as community college students that they should have taken and been proficient in high school. The whole thing is a money grab. And it's a money grab from the state, which overfinances higher education and props up higher tuition than conference peers, as we've talked about throughout the Great Lakes area, Big Ten, MVC, all the conferences. And it's a backdoor bailout of Chicago State and the city colleges. That's what this is. Don't for a second think that this is the good intentions of the amoral, soulless Tiny Dancer.
I mean, it's a crazy graduation requirement. I mean, if approved, Chicago would be the first city to formally initiate this graduation requirement. It's too much pressure. And some people just want to take a year off. You're not going to get your diploma because you're not proving. Look, the Obamas could do it. Sasha Obama, she took a year off. Didn't have I don't know if she had been accepted yet, but she took a year off after graduating high school.
Yeah,
so it's okay if she does it.
Yeah, a lot of those kids on the South Side are going to take a year off to backpack through Europe and find themselves. This is the privilege. This is the privilege of the rich. Is what you're talking about.
Right.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, going to study abroad for a year.
Holding your diploma.
But so there is yeah. I mean, so there's like these technical issues
Oh.
and legal issues. But I want to get past the technical and legal issues to understand why he's doing this and address the why part, not the what and the how, because the why is everything.
Right. Wants to fill up the seats at city colleges.
Andy in Orland Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How you doing? My comment is, are we going to have to create a board for judging the exit plans these kids come up with? And what really occurs when the exit plan is generated by the student who's talking honesty about maybe not being able to find a job because everybody's chased out of Illinois, and he needs protection in his own neighborhood, so he goes to the only source of protection, which may be the gang.
Thanks for
although it's an honest plan, who judges that plan?
thanks for the call, Andy. Bob in Joliet.
Morning, Dan. Morning, Amy. I just look at it as more government indoctrination. They've taught the kids for 12 years what they want them to know, and now they're going to say, well, now you have to tell us what you're going to do, and if we don't approve, we're not going to give you this little piece of paper. Sorry, you're out of luck. I think it's just more government indoctrination. Honestly, they're trying to control everything.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Tweet from Elizabeth Smith. Also to justify the red line extension to Chicago State. Yeah, sure. Why not? Just remember something. Just remember something in the infamous words of H.L. Mencken. When people say it's not about the money, what they mean is it's about the money. That's what this is. If for a tiny dancer, it is always about the money, particularly in the bankrupt, worst-governed city in the country. All of these civic institutions, the schools, the first responders, they're all melting down. And what he's trying to do is bail water. And he can't do direct extraction because that's not popular politically, and he only cares about his political survival. So they do borrowing, and they do these kind of gambits where we just institute a requirement that sounds good, like we're forward thinkers on children's education, but it's really just a way to try and gobble up state and federal resources. Ron on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello?
Hey, Ron, you're on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good morning, Dan. And, you know, I'm not in favor of the rush of my life, but can't we just get to 2019 so we can vote this sleazy piece of crap out of office? Look here. You know what somebody does after high school really is not my business. What I'm concerned about what they have done those years in high school, if they can perform basic math computation and showing that they're proficient in reading at a 12th grade level, that's all I want as far as my tax limit. What they decide to do after that, that's none of my business. But please, can't we? This guy is just crap, piece of garbage. Just have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Ron.
If you go to school for 4 years, do the time, work hard, get good grades, you should be able to graduate from high school. You don't have to, to prove that you are going to go to community college, have an apprenticeship, trade school, internship, or armed services is just intrusive.
So we need to rewind back to grade school, because here's the story in Illinois, according to IAEP testing. 4th graders and 8th graders, reading and math. Mm-hmm. 2/3 of 4th graders in the state do not read or do math at 4th grade levels. 2/3 of 8th graders in the state do not read or do math at 8th grade levels. And obviously in CPS, it's a fraction of even the 1/3 who are grade proficient in reading and math. So what does the diploma from most of these CPS schools even mean? It doesn't mean proficiency. It doesn't mean preparation.
Well, if his new plans affects the graduation rate, I think he'll drop the plan.
Sam in Lombard. Well, right, because that's a press release.
Right.
That's another press release
Exactly.
form. That's right. Sam in Lombard, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm just going to talk about this from personal experience in the sense that I earned a Bachelor of Science in Education from Ohio State, and I got a doctorate degree in chiropractic medicine. So I've been around this quite a while. It seems to me like you were talking about earlier, this is just basically the motive of this is to prop up these failing Chicago colleges, and they're going to be flooding them with people that are unqualified, not any fault of their own, unqualified academically to succeed in these places. They're going to fail. The colleges are going to reap a profit from it and prop themselves up, quote unquote. And the real problem stems from the socioeconomic situation these kids came from. They have parents that aren't supporting education. They're not given good role modeling when they're in grade school, preschool, what have you. And they're also being told by the schools, and this is going all across the country, that they're great, everyone's special, everyone deserves a medal, you're all wonderful. And then they realize when they hit college that, wow, I mean, the education that I got, in high school and grade school was woefully insufficient to prepare me for the rigors of higher education. So this basically is a fraud all the way across the board. And that little dancer guy should be ashamed of himself.
Thanks for the call, Sam. Yeah, I mean, we're on the same page, except it's Tiny Dancer, not Little Dancer.
Yeah, get it right.
I get 5.
Don't just get it on. Get it right.
I get 5 cents every time somebody says
really?
Tiny Dancer. Yeah. Mike on the north side, you're in Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. First off, the graduation rates don't matter because most students just take classes that they can transfer to 4-year institutions. So I'm not worried about that. The thing I'm worried about is see this for what it really is. Rahm Emanuel is not running the city anymore. He's running for re-election. He's trying to win a news cycle to come out, hey, I'm for you, vote for me. Friday night, they released, and nobody picked it up, that the city's going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on new streetlights that don't work, and they're going to be paying the same company that doesn't maintain Lakeshore Drive properly, that doesn't maintain Western Avenue properly, $300 to install each light. They're not putting a new pole up or new wiring. They're just putting a new light up, and they're paying them $300 for the light and $300 for the installation. He's just giving out contracts so he can expect something back come election time.
Well, sure, that's a part of it. Thanks for the call, Mike, although I dispute that graduation rates don't matter at all. Yeah,
They
people
matter.
go to community colleges to take gen eds, but what they do is if you're going to take gen eds to lower the cost of knocking out your gen eds by taking them into community college, many still go on to at least get their associate's degree because you want to maximize knocking out those gen eds before you go get your degree from a 4-year institution. So it's a little bit more complicated than that. And even to the extent that is partially true, and we've talked to Chicago State professors about this, even they concede the point. That hardly explains the 11%, $2.5 million per graduate per year expense at Chicago State, just for example.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Weather, a big news story today because the wind gusts are going to be up from 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's affecting the roadways and, of course, air travel. We're going to have a high today of 48 degrees with drizzle this morning, otherwise cloudy and chilly by this afternoon. Tonight, a low of 34. And then Friday, sunny and breezy, a high of 55 degrees, and your weekend looks spectacular. Mostly sunny both days, breezy. Saturday, a high of 68, and on Sunday, a high of 73. Let's get those high travel times. It's just a mess out there. Here's Jim Talamante, who joins us in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
And we got trees down, wires down, and we do have flight cancellations. Over 100 now at O'Hare. That's for today. Some of those are later in the day. Midway to 7 cancellations at the moment. Those numbers may go up as there is weather also in the southeast. Orland Park, 131st closed. Southwest Highway to LaGrange Road. That's due to a crash, and their wires were down. And then there's a tree down in Deer Park. It's right lane blockage on Quentin at Long Grove Road. Eden's 22 minutes like Cook to Montrose outbound 20. The Kennedy got some potholes reported near Harlem in the right lane. Careful there. There are delays starting around the River Road toll. 26 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 22. Eisenhower 38 minutes. Thorndale to the loop outbound 31. Stevenson already 53 minutes 3:55 to the drive. The Ryan 26 minutes 95 to downtown. I-57 28 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop 431. And on the Indiana Toll Road, there is a ban for double and triple trailers due to the winds. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you're missing teeth or even a single tooth, dental implants are a fantastic way to regain your confidence, your smile, your dental health. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. You hear a lot of people screaming at you about dental implants. Get it done in a day, or we can treat everybody, or hundreds of thousands of implants. Look, successful implants don't come from an implant factory. What you don't hear talked about is skill, treatment, and installation. These are what make for successful lifelong implants, and that's why you need to see Dr. Noruz Norouzi at Fox River Periodontics. Dr. Norouzi is the recommended choice of dentists that don't do implants. You need the experience, skill, and honesty that 24 years of dental implants brings.
This is Dr. Norouzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants.
Call Fox River Periodontics, 630-232-7400, 630-232-7400, or just remember, implantsforme.com, implantsforme.com.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Opportunity Project, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I got to tell you, one of the disappointments of the Trump administration so far is the fact that IRS Commissioner John Koskinen is still the IRS Commissioner. I don't understand it. And not enough people are talking about it. The unbelievable abuse during the Obama administration of the IRS being weaponized to target Americans based on what they believe politically and what they practice spiritually. It's an incredible story. Of course, it's underreported in the D.C. press, but we've talked about it, and Koskinen should go, and Lois Lerner and perhaps Koskinen should be brought to justice, Lois Lerner, who has taken the fifth before Congress. Right. So there is more investigating to be done there, and the combination of Trump and the Republican Congress slow-walking this is inexcusable. And here's more grist for the mill on the topic. This from the Washington Post. The Internal Revenue Service has seized millions of dollars in cash from individuals and businesses that obtained the money legally. This according to a Treasury Department Inspector General's report. The IRS stole people's money. I mean, what? The crime of structuring. We went through this with the Denny Haster prosecution.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
You're withdrawing money under $10,000 to keep yourself below the threshold of reporting requirement to the IRS that banks must do and businesses must do. Here's the gist of it. This is all under the Bank Secrecy Act. Individual businesses required to report all bank deposits greater than $10,000, intentionally splitting up large sums of cash into sub-$10,000 amounts to avoid the reporting requirement is the structuring, and it's illegal. But many business owners engage in perfectly legal activities, may be unaware of the law. Others are covered by insurance policies that don't cover losses greater than $10,000. Still, simply others want to avoid extra paperwork, keep the deposits less than $10,000 on the advice of bank employees or colleagues. It's really a secondary crime, as the IG report notes. You're going after people laundering money, people that are engaged in criminal activity. Think drug cartels, right? Mm-hmm. Terrorist organization. The IRS, what happened between the years 2002 and 2012, and to 2015, the IRS pursued hundreds of cases on suspicion of structuring, but with no indications of any connections to any criminal activity. Simply depositing cash in sums of less than $10,000 was all it took to arouse agents' suspicions, leading to the eventual seizure and forfeiture of millions of dollars in cash from people not otherwise suspected of criminal activity. The Inspector General took a random sample of 278 IRS forfeiture actions in cases where structuring was the primary basis for seizure. 91% of those cases, 91%, the individuals and businesses had obtained their money legally. Legally. According to a release from Treasury, One of the reasons why legal source cases were pursued was that the Department of Justice, think Holder, Lynch, had encouraged task forces to engage in quick hits, where property was more quickly seized and more quickly resolved through negotiation rather than pursuing cases with other criminal activity, such as drug trafficking and money laundering, the purpose of the frackin' law, which are more time-consuming. So we're going to take the easy ones, and we're going to target you, and we're going to extort you and say, hey, we can do this. We can draw this out. You can defend yourself, or you can just agree to settle for this number, and we'll go away. That's an extortion racket at the IRS. That's what that is. Stealing people's money. Wrongly bringing the power of the state and outside of the military, the most weaponized agency in the state, the IRS, to force business owners and other individuals to heal and to turn over money that is rightfully theirs. The Trump administration, members of Congress here, our friends like Roscom, Kinzinger, Shimkus, Mike Boss downstate, they need to be on this. If this kind of abuse at the IRS, from your political and religious beliefs to actual money that's rightfully yours, can just be extorted away from you, and you can have your First Amendment rights abridged without consequence, that is more egregious than anything else that we're talking about in domestic politics at present.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey everyone, Dave from Draft Tech here. So you're a project engineer and you've got some nice projects coming down the pike. You'll probably call the same companies for the design work that everyone else calls because you figure, hey, a pipe designer is a pipe designer, right? Wrong. A good pipe designer produces great designs that are easy to install and support. A good designer identifies problems proactively when the fix is still cheap. A good designer gets more fabrication done in the shop, less in the field, and provides impeccable documentation. A good designer will save you thousands in lost time, waste, and rework. Don't normalize mediocrity. You owe it to yourself and your company to step outside the box and call Draft Tech. We're a small company. We can't take every project that comes along, but if we're on your project, you can rest easy knowing that it's getting done right. Check us out at draftingresults.com. That's Draft Tech at draftingresults.com. Draft Tech, cutting-edge technology, old-school service.
So we were at Big Monster Toys in the West Loop yesterday. Our friend Sam Unsicker, who I hope is not driving a smart car to work today because he's probably been blown to Northwest Indiana if he is.
He's your new best friend. You have him in your phones, contacts, and your favorites.
Big Monster Toys was great.
That was
so cool.
The neatest thing.
Very cool. And next week we're going to be in Lockport at a logistics company. This is all part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, celebrating local businesses, overcoming the odds, and succeeding. We're making businesses great again, giving back to the business community by broadcasting our show live from locations throughout Chicagoland. We've got a couple slots open, so if your business has a great success story, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and community. We're going to select a couple more businesses, as I said, this spring, and we'll broadcast from your location to share your success with our audience. So go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your business this spring on our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Has your child swallowed your medicine, your laundry detergent, your nail polish remover? Call the Poison Helpline. Have you inhaled paint thinner, glue, pesticides? Call the Poison Helpline. Have a question about a dose, a fume, something your kid just drank? Call the Poison Helpline. Poisonings can happen at the home, on the job, or in the great outdoors. Call the Poison Helpline first for fast, free advice from medical professionals. Call 1-800-222-1222 anytime, anywhere. 1-800-222-1222. Save the number, save a life. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Dean's yard, and Dean's a pretty observant guy, but sneaky crabgrass lurks undetected until it rears its hideous head this summer. However, Dean's not only observant, he's smart. He uses Scott's Turf Builder Holt's Crabgrass Preventer with lawn food in early spring. It protects against crabgrass all season long, while feeding the lawn for a fast green-up, guaranteed. So this spring, Dean can stop crabgrass dead in its crab tracks. This is a Scott's yard. Pick up Scott's Turf Builder Holtz today.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, President Trump facing his first major foreign policy test of his presidency. We'll get the latest from Jonah Goldberg. And later, the perfect workout for Dan Proft, way to slim down before he goes to the Dominican. But first, let's go into the newsroom to a very fit man. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 38 degrees outside. We're tracking President Donald Trump's moves this morning as he preps for his first summit meeting with the Chinese president. It begins today at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The Senate expected to make a change in its rules today on the way to confirming the next Supreme Court justice. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell expected to invoke what's being termed the nuclear option to get Neil Gorsuch confirmed. McConnell says Democrats would filibuster Ruth Bader Ginsburg if President Trump had nominated her.
Democrats are bowing to hard-left special interests that can't get over the results of the election and thus are demanding complete Democratic opposition to everything this president touches.
Republicans hold the majority in the Senate. Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill is now a Democrat vote against Gorsuch, while Indiana Senator Joe Donnelly, North Dakota Democrat Senator Heidi Heitkamp, and West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin have a different calculus. They are all supporting Neil Gorsuch. Parents whose kids racked up charges on Amazon without their consent may finally be getting their money back. Amazon and the FTC agreed to drop their appeals to a court ruling last year, finding that Amazon did not adequately warn customers about kids' in-app purchases. U.S. women's national soccer team is getting paid the same as the men. Women's team said they struck a new deal Wednesday with the sport's governing body. They'll get raises, bigger bonuses, and the same per diems and hotel rooms as the men's soccer team. Powerful thunderstorms are sweeping across parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic today. Strong storms, winds, and heavy rain, and some snow wreaking havoc around Chicagoland today, making a mess of the roads. Jim Talamante along with that story in just a moment. An investigation underway after two were shot during a home invasion in southwest suburban Stickney. Mayor Emanuel says Chicago Public Schools adding a new graduation requirement for high school seniors, a plan for their next 2 years. Cardinals and Cubs washed out because of rain at Busch. Tigers and Sox, same story. That game will be made up as part of a May 26 doubleheader. The news service of NTB. Get your 5-quart conventional oil change today. Just $19.99 plus $3 disposal fee for tires, all oil, service, and repairs. National Tire and Battery. That's all you need. 6:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager has spent his life fighting for the truth.
My whole life I have exposed the left and truth as a problematic issue. For the left, ideology trumps truth. It has always been the case. It doesn't matter what the issue is. It has infected the sciences incidentally.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
6:37 Let's get a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamante.
Thanks, Mike. The Indiana Toll Road has imposed a ban on double and triple trailers for Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties until 3 Eastern, 2 Central. Orland Park power lines are down after a crash. This means 131st is closed between Southwest Highway and LaGrange Road, downtown Chicago. The wind has cracked a window in a high-rise. This means closures of Randolph between Wells and Wacker and Franklin between Randolph and Washington. The Eden's 22 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 20. Kennedy inbound at Harlem. Got large potholes in the right lane. It's 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, but it's jammed, though, on the eastbound Adams Tollway from the Tri-State to the Kennedy because of that. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 32. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 355 to the drive, outbound 36. The Ryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. And traffic is a service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year, Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less, with storage boxes and filing supplies to software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $10 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only, ends 4/15/17. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Windy, rainy, drizzly, snowy, cloudy, chilly. That's the day. 48 degrees, 38 right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, the folks over at CNN are doing their best damage control on behalf of Susan Rice, and nobody is more enthusiastic about doing so than Obama sucktoy Van Jones, who has his own show over there now.
Yeah, he does.
True
He's
story.
had it for a few months.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Fascinating. They all blend together for me. Here is Van Jones suggesting that two things for your consideration. One, Susan Rice deserves the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And two, Republicans should love Susan Rice. I'll let you decide how persuasive Mr. Jones is.
The right-wing media wants to burn Susan Rice at the stake for doing her job. That's it. Susan Rice was our national security advisor. To give good advice, you got to ask good questions, especially when fishy-looking stuff lands on your desk. Okay? Now, finding out for yourself the names of sketchy people doing possibly sketchy things is called unmasking. Okay? Now, it doesn't mean revealing that to the whole world. That would be illegal. It does mean revealing those names to yourself at your desk so you can do a better job advising the president. As best we can tell, that's all she did. Her job. Now, if she were a terrible person, up to no good, trying to ruin Donald Trump, you know what she would have done? What she could have done?
What?
She could have called a press conference in the middle of the election. Like James Comey did from the FBI, okay? She could have run around screaming bloody murder. Look what I found, look what I found. She didn't do that. She got very disturbing information, and she looked into it. And as best we can tell, she did her job inside the proper channels. For doing this, Donald Trump should give Susan Rice the Presidential Medal of Freedom, okay? Somebody like Comey would have run to the cameras, created a huge firestorm, and possibly wrecked his campaign. So Republicans should love Susan Rice.
All right, we'll see if we can get a second on that Presidential Medal of Freedom nomination from our friend Jonah Goldberg, who, of course, is National Review columnist, author of many books, including Liberal Fascism and The Tyranny of Cliches, and I know he's got a book forthcoming as well. Jonah, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, great to be here.
So what about that? You persuaded that by Van Jones' argument about Miss Rice?
No, I mean, it's the whole thing is there's just so much protesting too much about Susan Rice. I mean, I don't quite get why this woman has become the sort of dashboard saint for the liberal establishment, and that no one may speak an unkind word in her direction. She's just not that important to the Republic. I don't understand. But there's this weird wagon circling that's going on, where CNN, Washington Post. It's as if maybe she's like super popular on the inside, and I'm not aware of it, and she's got these great friendships and relationships, or maybe Hydra has been planning on making her Secretary of State for a really long time, and they don't want to lose that. I just don't get it. But they're going from 0 to 100 to defend her without any facts, and then they claim that we don't need any more facts.
So it's good.
Right.
But why is Susan Rice's role in the Obama spy story such a big deal?
Why is her role?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that it is. I want to find out more stuff. I want to find out what exactly she did. Van Jones has no idea what she did and what she didn't do. He is basically just coming up with a spin that helps her and then says we don't need to know anymore. That's CNN's MO in this whole thing. I am not with some of my right-wing friends that this proves, this vast conspiracy and proves Donald Trump's tweets right and that this is Watergate necessarily. I just don't know yet.
Well, right.
I want to know how much she unmasked, who she unmasked, why she unmasked. There is no reason she cannot testify before Congress and explain what she did and how she did it and why she did it, and then we'll know. But this idea that it is obvious that this is a witch hunt, or as they're saying in parts of MSNBC that this is racist,
yes.
It's just nonsense.
Well, here's the thing, though, too. Even just setting aside the credibility she should still enjoy after Benghazi, 2 weeks ago, what she said to Judy Woodruff on PBS, where she feigned, I think it's feigning, surprise. She just found out about the unmasking with the news reports and Devin Nunes's press conference and so forth. She didn't know anything about it. And then her interview with Andrea Mitchell suggests, oh, yes, she did know anything about it, but it was just in the ordinary course of her job.
Yeah, look, it's too cute. It's, you can't claim to have no clue what someone is talking about. Gorilla in the corner of the house? What are you talking about? And that makes no sense. Oh, you mean the chimpanzee? Oh, well, that's a completely different thing. You can't pretend that you can't even get your mind around the accusation. And then 2 weeks later, we go, oh, yeah, sure, I did a lot of unmasking. That happened all the time, but that was, legitimate. Henry David Thoreau has this great line where he says, some circumstantial evidence is very compelling, like when you find a trout in the milk.
Yes.
And this seems to be one of those times.
Yes.
So where do you think it's going to go from here?
Oh, I think the living will envy the dead. No, I don't know. I don't know. Again, there are a lot of people, partly out of a sort of desperation to change the subject from Trump's tweets or to vindicate Trump's wiretapping tweets, partly as a way just to sort of be on offense again, because conservatives really miss being on offense, and being on defense is always harder, always has been. There's just this really aggressive rush to assume that all of this has been proven and that this is Watergate and that this is a huge deal. I don't know. I think we should wait for the facts and see what happens.
That's crazy talk.
We all agree things have been going in a weird direction for a long time, and the idea that we all know what the future is going to be in 2 weeks, never mind 2 months, is sort of a bit far-fetched.
Waiting for the facts before you draw conclusions, that's just crazy talk. What kind of D.C. Beltway insider are you? So here, I was reading your latest installment of the G-File, not to be confused with the G-Spot, which is where Comiskey, is where the White Sox play, the new name of Comiskey. But always an informative, entertaining read. And you suggest that in order for Trump to be more successful as a president in the wake of particularly the Obamacare replace, he needs to be more conventional. Explain yourself.
Yeah, look, the vast majority of Trump's problems in the last 75 days of his presidency are of his own making. Those tweets. This is something I have when I try to explain this to some of my friends in the Fox green room, they look at me the way my basset hound used to look at me when I tried to feed it a grape. But, you know,
that was good kill.
There was no good reason for Trump to do those wiretapping tweets.
Right.
Even if it was 100% accurate and he had the facts nailed and he was absolutely sure, rather than relying on some, third-party, ridiculously sourced Breitbart nonsense, it still would have been a bad idea to tweet that his predecessor had bugged him. And the last month, a big chunk of why he's decreased in popularity, a big reason why his agenda has been sputtering, is because of that. And that's the way he runs a big chunk of his life, is keeping people guessing, being chaotic, and not sticking to a consistent messaging. And what he needs to, this seems to me, like it's weird. Like, I actually truly honestly believe that if Trump followed my advice, even though I've always been a big Trump skeptic, he would do much better. But instead, people think, oh no, he needs to follow, Sean Hannity's advice or Ann Coulter's advice. And in life, always listening to your biggest fans is probably a bad idea, particularly when you're a politician. And what he simply needs to do is reassure the public that it's not going to be chaos, reassure the public that he's got a grip on the job, reassure the public that there's a steady hand at the wheel, and that would bring back a lot of the independence that he's lost. It would reassure some Democrats. It would also give the Democratic Party a little more pressure to actually work with him on some things. Now, I don't actually want them to work with him on some things because I'm pretty conservative, but politically, the smartest thing he could do is reach out to Democrats, reassure the public, and get his popularity rating up so that Congress has more incentive to work with him.
It seems to me, he did this yesterday. We're talking about policy in Syria in the presser with King Abdullah II, where he talks about how flexible he is, and he's proud of his flexibility. And being flexible is fine, but the lesson it doesn't seem like he learned from Reagan is Reagan was flexible, but he was always flexible from a foundation, a core principle. So you had a sense that there was stability there. You knew what was informing his decision-making, even when he moved off of his originally stated position, where Trump is a bit of a leaf in the wind, and so his flexibility just adds to the chaos. It doesn't enhance stability.
Yeah, so, what you're getting at is the fundamental problem of there's a fundamental difference between being flexible about means and flexible about ends.
Yeah.
If you're flexible about if you want to take the path of least resistance to your desired destination, well, that makes a lot of sense. If you're the kind of person who says different tools for different problems, that makes a lot of sense. But if you're someone who says, well, we could go to Albuquerque or we could go to Beijing, that's not flexibility. That's just confusion about what you actually believe, what you desire, what you think the best ends of government are. And that's why a lot of, my conservative friends these days are talking about how he needs a brain trust or he needs an advisor or a strict policy agenda and to stick to it and all of that. And I agree that he needs that stuff. But first of all, what he needs to do is decide that he's going to do the job seriously. And that requires understanding the material, setting the goal, a specific goal, and not getting distracted from it. And chasing shiny things or counterpunching and going after your enemies for no good reason, and having a certain amount of self-discipline. And that you can't do any of the desired end stuff unless you have some self-discipline first about the way you're going to get there.
He is Jonah Goldberg, National Review columnist, nationalreview.com. And Jonah, what's the status of the book? I've been reading the updates. When's that new book coming out?
Oh, when is it coming out? I don't know. I'm cutting myself again.
Oh my God.
I'm a bit like Job these days.
Yes.
Everything has been going south on me.
All right.
But sooner rather than later.
Well, stick to it. I think you got a future. So just stick to it, kid. We'll look forward to the book. Jonah Goldberg from National Review, the author of Liberal Fascism, The Tyranny of Cliches, and a forthcoming book to be named later. Jonah, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Amazon signs a $50 million NFL deal, a $7 billion acquisition of Panera Bread, 263,000 private sector jobs added last month. Those stories next. Hi, folks. Are you an individual or business who owes at least $10,000 to the IRS? Are your wages being garnished? Has your bank account been levied? Do you have years of unfiled tax returns and you're losing sleep at night worrying about it all? Rapid Resolution Tax Group is a team of tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who have helped thousands of people with problems just like yours. They're accredited with a Better Business Bureau, and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can work towards settling your tax debt for less, removing penalties and fees, and stopping levies and garnishments. They're not intimidated by the IRS, and they promise not to let the IRS intimidate you. Call the professionals at Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They're at 800-601-2929. 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. E-commerce powerhouse Amazon has its sights set on the NFL. Amazon signing a $50 million deal to stream NFL Thursday Night Football to all of its 65 million Prime members. Amazon paying 5 times more than Twitter paid to stream the NFL. St. Louis-based Panera Bread acquired by a European holding company, paying more than $7 billion. Panera's founder will stay on after the deal closes. Economic reports on tap today. Even in advance of the government's unemployment report, payroll processor ADP says the private sector added 263,000 jobs, more than at any time over the past 2 years. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, spring is here. April showers bring May flowers, and the birds and the bees are here, and as well as seasonal allergies. And the last thing you need is a pillow you're allergic to. And yes, of course, MyPillow is hypoallergenic. A good night's sleep is so important to our health. And for April, you'll receive the 50% discount on a MyPillow 4-pack. 2 premium MyPillows and 2 go-anywhere MyPillows. Now with MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need, regardless of sleep position. And you'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No more waking up to a stiff neck or headache. And our good friend Mike Lindell manufactures them in the good old US of A. You can wash and dry your MyPillows, and of course, you'll get the 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. So here's what you do. Go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
This is a test. WIND is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming, already in progress.
Want to know the secret that all those house flipping gurus won't tell you? Flipping multi-unit properties is easier and more profitable than flipping single-family homes. With over 17 years of experience, we here at RE Mentor will show you the art of buying and selling multi-unit properties. Come spend the afternoon or evening with our team of experts, and we will show you how to put $10,000 to $30,000 in your pocket over the next 90 days. This 2-hour class will teach you the art of the multi-unit flip. You'll learn how to buy, hold, and sell multi-unit properties with no money down, no credit, and no risk. You risk nothing but have everything to gain. This intensive 2-hour real estate class is coming to the Chicago area soon. Call 1-800-805-1859 to secure your seat. This seminar is free to the first 30 people that call. Change your life now and learn the art of the multi-unit flip or long-term hold. Call 1-800-805-1859.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Building owners and managers. Now is the perfect time of year for a service and maintenance agreement with Waukegan Roofing. Since 1914, Waukegan Roofing has been installing and maintaining roofs you can rely on for all of Chicagoland. Our experienced team of professional service technicians is the right solution for preserving the integrity of your new or existing roofing system for years to come. With your dedicated service technician and our multi-point inspection program, we cover all areas of your roof from early detection to preventative maintenance to repairs and everything in between. We're the licensed commercial roofing contractor you can rely on for all your roofing needs. Building owners and managers, now is the time to prepare your low-slope commercial roof for everything that Mother Nature throws at it this year. Call Waukegan Roofing today for your service and maintenance appointment at 877-ROOF-201. That's 877-ROOF-201. Or visit us online at waukeganroofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross says the Trump administration will be aggressive on trade. What does he mean by that? We'll ask Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation, at 7:07.
And the president of China begins his 2-day visit. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's
China.
Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, strong winds hitting Chicagoland today. It's causing some traffic and weather problems. 2 shot in a Stinkney home invasion. Weather after Fox, WIND, Chicago News Time, 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Another denial from Syria that it gassed its own people, which President Trump says crossed many, many lines.
Beautiful little babies. Their deaths was an affront to humanity.
Tuesday's attack killed 86 people. Fox's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, Syria's foreign minister says the Syrian Arab army has never used chemical weapons and will not use chemical weapons against Syrians and even against terrorists. Walid Mualim adding there has to be assurances any investigations into the attack in northern Idlib have to be impartial and not political. Meanwhile, Moscow maintains Syrian warplanes did strike a weapons depot, but that it belonged to rebels who harbored chemical weapons. Turkish media reporting autopsies on 3 Syrians taken to Turkey after the attack show they suffered from a chemical weapons attack, Dave.
Jessica, President Trump will meet with China's president today at his Florida resort, talking issues like trade and North Korea's nukes. The president has told Fox he thinks former National Security Advisor Susan Rice may have committed a crime unmasking the names of Trump associates caught up in foreign surveillance. She denies that, and Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell says...
He also said that Russia didn't interfere in our election. That was proved wrong. He said that President Obama wiretapped him. That was proved wrong. So I think he has a credibility problem.
Democrats are readying that filibuster this morning on Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the Senate will vote to invoke cloture, ending the debate on the nomination. It's that vote that will trigger the filibuster, and watch for Republicans to respond by deploying the nuclear option. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell.
Democrats would filibuster Ruth Bader Ginsburg if President Trump nominated her.
Democrats like Jeff Merkley of Oregon attacked Republicans for denying a hearing for President Obama's pick, Judge Merrick Garland.
We are considering a nominee for a stolen Supreme Court seat.
Judge Gorsuch is expected to be confirmed by tomorrow, Dave.
Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
38 degrees, rain, showers, and powerful winds out of the north at 20 miles an hour. 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Waves as high as 22 feet expected along Chicago's Lake Michigan shoreline that is already causing some lakeshore flooding. High wind warning will be in effect throughout most of the morning and through the afternoon when the highest winds will come through the area. Mother of a Minneapolis man who was killed by a Chicago area Amtrak police officer in the South Loop has died in a separate shooting. Candace Hackett was shot early Sunday outside a motorcycle club in North Minneapolis. You may recall Hackett was the mother of Chad Robertson, shot and killed during a February encounter near the Amtrak rail station in the South Loop. Investigations are underway after 2 were shot during a home invasion in Stickney. Authorities say the incident happened yesterday inside a home near 48th and South Lockwood. Northeastern Illinois University canceling classes for 3 days over the next month. They say it's a cost-saving measure. Cancellations are scheduled to take place April 11, 12, and May 1st. The Illinois Senate Executive Committee has endorsed a wide-ranging protection, a plan for immigrants, they say, in response to the president's crackdown on those who are in the United States illegally. Planned by Senate President John Cullerton would require federal immigration authorities to have a criminal warrant to enter schools or clinics in search of immigrants in the U.S. illegally. The Executive Committee on Wednesday sent that program and the Chicago Democrats' plan to the floor on the strength of 11 Democratic votes. 5 Republicans voted present. Cardinals and Cubs will try again today to finish that 3-game set at Busch Stadium after being rained out. Same story on the south side for the Tigers and White Sox, but that game will be made up May 26th as part of a doubleheader. Masters kicks off today. The Bulls take on the 76ers tonight, and the Blackhawks battle the Ducks. The news, a service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples will help you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less. Storage boxes, filing supplies, software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $10 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only, ends 4/15/17. Staples, make more happen. 7:04, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
In your business, you trust people who time and time again get the job done. At Indeed.com, we deliver 5 times more hires than any other job site, according to independent research. That's why over 3 million businesses use Indeed when they're hiring. Because getting the job done matters. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Buying a new tractor? You owe it to yourself to visit your LS Tractor dealer. LS Tractors give you a lot more tractor for less money compared to other brands. For starters, LS Tractor comes with more select features as standard equipment. They make operating your tractor easier with better performance to get more work done quicker. Compare and you'll know who gives you more tractor for your money. LS Tractor. Excel in your field. Learn more at lstractorusa.com.
Visit Abbey Equipment in Streator and get more tractor.
7:07 and a check of your roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The Indiana Toll Road has imposed a ban on double and triple trailers due to the high winds. That ban is in effect till mid-afternoon. Lakeshore Drive southbound is jammed. Bryn Mawr to Wilson, where there's a crash. 2 left lanes are blocked in both directions. Otherwise, the drive is okay despite some of those high waves coming off Lake Michigan. We don't have any lane closures right now due to the water. The Edens is 29 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. Kennedy, 48 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 20 from Montrose, 16 in the Express. Outbound 35 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to downtown, and 47 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 35 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 38 minutes. Bryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow from 95th to 75th. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway jam from the Tri-State to the Kennedy. The other tollways are okay for now. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
High wind warning in effect until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Lakeshore flood warning in effect until 1 a.m. tomorrow. On and off rain and drizzle for the morning, otherwise cloudy today with winds gusting past 40 miles per hour, high 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently rain and 39. Our top wind gust of the morning, 45 miles an hour. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Any issues with the Senate Republicans exercising the nuclear option? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Anyone disagree with the Senate GOP on that? They seem to have their act together a bit better than the House GOP, which has seen Obamacare replacement 2.0 stall still. Washington Examiner story this morning that Mike Pence has now been identified as the point man trying to lead Obamacare repeal and replace in the House and bring the factions together, but they're not there yet. And the Democrats are running out of hysterical conspiracy theories to spin against Neil Gorsuch, but that doesn't mean they're not trying. Did you see this one? Accusing Neil Gorsuch of plagiarism.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I mean,
it made me laugh.
Politico made it their top story. Gorsuch's writings borrow from other authors. Yes, they borrowed from other authors with proper citation.
Right. It's called attribution. It's this thing. Sometimes you look at the end of the page, you can see the reference in, and there's a reference sheet, but they didn't. That was too much for them.
Yeah. You had Robert George, who's an eminent academician at Princeton and the editor of the Gorsuch book in question, say Judge Gorsuch did not attempt to steal others' people's intellectual property or pass off ideas or arguments taken from other writers as his own. In no case did he seek credit for insights or analysis that had been purloined. In short, not only is there no fire, there isn't even any smoke. And actually, the person that they're suggesting he may have plagiarized from,
yes,
a lawyer named Abigail Lawless Kuzma, also said in a statement, I have reviewed both passages in Gorsuch's book and do not see an issue here. Even though the language is similar, the passages are factual, not analytical in nature, framing both the technical, legal, and medical circumstances of the case that she was writing about that he cited. But that, I mean, so
my favorite is a
there's
Washington
literally nothing
Post,
here.
A Washington Post headline: Neil Gorsuch's 11-hour plagiarism scare. That was the headline because it lasted 11 hours and there's no there. I mean, the Democrats are trying to
scare for who?
No, they're in Hail Mary mode.
Well, that's right.
That's what they're doing.
And
they look stupid, so let them keep doing it.
Minute by minute, Gorsuch.
Yeah.
Examiner has another story too, but that senator saying the legislative filibuster is likely to survive the death of its judicial cousin. So it's the slow walking demise of the filibuster from presidential appointees other than the Supreme Court, nominees, other than the Supreme Court in 2013 at the behest of Reid and Schumer to now the Supreme Court, but they're holding off on the nuclear option for the legislative filibuster to this point. Let me just do a quick tutorial.
Yes.
Because there's so much of this that's talked about, and I don't think a lot of people are necessarily well-versed
About the nuclear option?
Well, the rules of the Senate.
The lady at Core Power Yoga who thought Donald Trump was enacting the nuclear weapon.
That was no lady.
That was
that was one of your friends.
No, she wasn't. She's not a friend. I mean, I just had to calm her down and let her know what the nuclear option was. And she
That's
went,
not nuclear war.
Yeah, that it wasn't nuclear war. That we're not at war with anyone. Right now, we're not. Yes.
See, this is why you have to. I mean, just for people out there, they go the left, and this is why you just have to let some people go. If you are not intellectually curious enough to understand that the nuclear option that everybody is talking about has
nothing to do with nuclear weapons.
Right. If you're not willing to read a single story about it to understand that basic fact, and you're willing to jump to the nuclear holocaust conclusion.
Well, she ran in like her hair was on fire. Oh my God, what is Trump doing?
Well, then, that it's just, then you just have to discard that person. You just have to say, I'm sorry.
Now she listens to the show.
Well,
because she wants to learn something.
Okay, well, fine.
And she'll even quote, things that she heard on the show.
Well, maybe.
So we should welcome her with open arms.
Hey,
Dan.
I always leave room for people to come over to my side, but I'm just saying, when you're out there, there's some people that are maybe she's not dug in, and so she's salvageable. Okay, great. Then I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, some people you just have to say, look, I'm sorry, miss or sir, I'm not willing to go as far back as I need to bring you up to speed. I just don't have that kind of time. So not everybody gets on the lifeboat. Maybe but I'm glad your friend at Core Power Yoga is on the lifeboat.
And maybe you can get her one of those fancy jackets. Northwest Side GOP Club, yo.
Well, if she shows up for a meeting and,
maybe get her a new jacket like the one you're wearing today.
Yeah.
So
maybe she can come to the Northwest Side GOP meeting. I'll go to Core Power Yoga. Be like a prisoner exchange. So here's how the nuclear option works, okay? It changes the rules of the Senate with the number of votes needed to end debate. This is invoking cloture. When you hear that, invoking cloture means ending debate. Senate rules generally require 2/3 vote to change the rules. And so the nuclear option is a way of setting new precedent that supersedes the standing rules of the Senate, requiring only 51 votes, a simple majority. The standing rules of the modern Senate requires a 3/5 vote, 60 votes, to end debate, stop a filibuster, on the nomination or a piece of legislation. That's why I'm distinguishing between the presidential nominees and the Senate still saying we're holding on to the filibuster with respect to pieces of legislation. Mentioned November 2013 during a reconsideration of a circuit court judge nominee, then Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid raised a point of order such that he ended debate with a simple majority vote. So that was the end of the filibuster and the exercise of the nuclear option for presidential appointees, not Supreme Court nominees. Those were accepted with respect to the 60 vote threshold. Once the nuclear option is exercised and a new precedent is set, the new precedent automatically applies to future nominees. So this is why it's so interesting what the Democrats are doing, because Neil Gorsuch, they can't even lay a glove on this guy.
Right. I mean, he's perfect.
And so
he's dreamy.
If they're going to filibuster him, they'd filibuster everybody. And the next nominee may not, be so pristine, may not have a total lack of skeletons or anything to grab onto, such that Neil Gorsuch presents, and may have provided more opportunity. But now, not only do you get Scalia's successor,
right,
which just kind of reestablishes what the balance of the court was, the next nominee, say when Anthony Kennedy retires, which could be in the not too distant future,
or Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
I'm sure she'll try and hang on through this term, but we'll see. But it's possible, right?
My church is praying for her.
Whoever it is, you're going to have very likely, I think it will happen, somebody from that original list that is being vetted and shepherded by Leonard Leo at the Federalist Society. And you're going to have another conservative jurist, maybe Tom Hardiman, the runner-up in this round, and then it's going to be 51 votes again. So it's very interesting, the strategic choice that Democrats are making to go all in on Gorsuch, and it speaks to how radicalized left the Democrat Party has become, because this is a nominee that in previous years would have, like some of Obama's nominees, would have flown through the Senate with a supermajority of senators voting to confirm him, but not in these times. Mike in Geneva, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, I was just thinking those Gorsuch headlines really remind me of The Onion. I mean, that's what it's coming to in some of these news outlets. And of course, I think we are getting dumber. But when it comes back to...
one begets the other, I think.
I think you're right. But also, I think the Democrats, you say the choice of strategy of what to fight. I don't think there's a strategy. They fight everything with everything all the time.
Right.
So they'll fight this one, they'll fight the next one. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. It's a really good point, as the Republicans are exercising the so-called nuclear option, but Democrats exercise the nuclear option on everything. They go from zero to nuclear immediately. There is no in between. There is no modulation. That's a really good point, actually. Mark in Plainfield.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. First, I'd like to say I find it kind of hilarious that the left wants to make Gorsuch a footnote in history by ignoring his footnote. But let me say that I absolutely enjoy that the GOP wants to use the nuclear option. It finally shows that they need to fight fire with fire and that all is fair in love and war. And finally, I'd like to say I hope the libs get used to Gorsuch, because when Kennedy retires this summer and Ginsburg and Breyer are forced off the court due to old age, we're going to stack the court with conservatives, and all their anti-family decisions are going to be reversed, just like Brown reversed Plessy v. Ferguson.
There you go. Thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate that.
I just love how the left keeps saying, the Republicans are changing the rules to get their guy confirmed. Yeah, they are, and good for them.
I appreciate
it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. They're exercising their right to power.
I appreciate Mark from Plainfield's citation of case law, too.
Exactly.
He knows more case law than Senator Dianne Feinstein, that's for sure. Ralph and Rantoul, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I don't have any problem with the rules change now. We're never going to be able to play nicely with the Democrats, so why pretend? And this gives the impetus to McConnell to change the rules, mostly because Trump's going to be stepping on his neck. Get this thing done, you long-term serving coward in the Senate. And I'm okay with it. And yes, we're going to have to be careful in the future for things that the Democrats will have to pull. I'm just hoping that before Ruth Buzzy Ginsburg steps down, she at least turns into a camera someplace and just says, "Suck it to me."
Thanks, Ralph.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Text from 708. You can't put a plagiarist on the Supreme Court. You have to make him vice president. Oh, nice Biden shot.
Yeah,
remember Neil Kinnock's speeches?
Coming up, a dead woman wins an election in Joliet, and she won by thousands of votes. But first, here's your forecast. We've been talking about it all morning long. High winds, just a nasty, ugly, cold, raw day out there. Rain on and off throughout the morning. Otherwise, by this afternoon, just cloudy conditions. But the wind will be anywhere from 50 to 60 mile per hour is those wind gusts. So be careful out there. Tonight, a low of 34. And Friday looks great. Plenty of sunshine, but it'll still be breezy. Not as bad as today, a high of 55. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamante.
Thanks, Amy. The Indiana Toll Road has a high wind ban for double and triple trailers in effect till 2 o'clock this afternoon Central Time. Downtown Chicago, Randolph and Franklin, there are closures there in the streets due to a cracked window on a high-rise due to the winds. And Orland Park has a closure of 131st from Southwest Highway to Grange Road. There are power lines down. Edens is 29 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 24. Kennedy 48 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 35. The Ike an hour. Thorndale to the Loop outbound 36 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 2 minutes. 3:55 to the Drive outbound 37 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive. Bottled up Bryn Mawr to Lawrence. There's a crash now blocking one left lane in each direction. Northbound Tri-State slow in pockets from 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis. From the Reagan to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial now slow Butterfield to Roosevelt. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer, a good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport, you need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down, my blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Come on. Happy you made me, old man. Sing it.
You came and you gave without taking.
Come on, breathe.
Set you away, oh man.
I won't look. Keep singing. Kiss me and stop me from shaking. Oh, I met Barry Manilow
and
once.
I need you today, oh Mandy.
Well,
I thought it was about a dog. Apparently, it turns out it's about Barry Manilow's husband.
Mandy. Well, Barry Manilow, I hope you're sitting down.
Yes.
Has just come out to his fans that he's gay. Oh my God!
The most anticlimactic Hollywood news in a generation. Yes.
He said that he's been hiding it for decades because he didn't want to disappoint his fans.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he opened up for the first time.
All you truck drivers, you Manilow fans, I don't know how to tell you this. All you Teamsters that go to Manilow concerts.
So he's coming out for the first time about finding love and surviving showbiz for 50 years in this exclusive untold story in People magazine.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine.
But he did give us timeless hits, you know. Well,
I mean, it wouldn't be like if Elton John came out as gay. That would be a surprise.
No, that would be, or George Michael. I mean, I don't know who else.
Tiny Tim. That would be a shocker. But
he's 73 years old.
Yeah.
Now, I know this is another secret.
His face is only about 11 years old, though.
No, ready? Another secret? He's had plastic surgery.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Plastic surgery.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's, I'll be good. Okay.
He looks like Mr. Potato Head is what he looks like, especially with that hair. But I actually am a big Manilow fan.
Oh, what's not to love about his songs? They're soothing. It's kind of like Air Supply. You get in the mood, and then next thing you know, you're in St. Louis.
Yes.
Because you're driving, you're singing Barry Manilow, some Air Supply, and then 5 hours later, you're where you want to be.
There's also a rumor that he may soon be tapped to be the Cubs organist. I don't know if that's true, so we'll follow up on that story to see now with this revelation.
Another story that's making news this morning, because I heard the tease yesterday, and only in Illinois could Illinoisans elect a dead woman to the Joliet Junior College Board. So her name is Susan Klen. I think I'm pronouncing her name right, Klen. She's a former board member because she passed away in March, but her name was still on the ballot. And she received 26,003 votes. The second most.
One of those votes was her voting for herself.
In a 4-person race for two 2-year terms. So a lot of people that were interviewed said, we voted for her, and they did as a way of showing support and honoring her memory.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have the Joliet Junior College board, and they're working with the state's attorney's office to see what they're going to do next. Because you can't.
Cedar.
Pardon?
Cedar. What do you mean? She gets sworn in next month with the rest of the board.
Her daughter, 18, first time she ever voted, she voted for her mom to tell her mom that she loves her.
Well, that's a cute story, and that's very nice for her daughter. But, I mean, I guess it's appropriate because most of the elected officials in this state are dead between the years. So why not take it to the next logical step?
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you did not purchase health insurance coverage during the 2017 open enrollment, I can help you purchase a PPO health insurance plan at any time during the year. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent producer for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. If you are between the ages of 19 and 64, you are automatically paying for maternity coverage whether you want the coverage or not. If you are a non-smoking 50-year-old male or female living in the city of Chicago, the monthly premium rate for a 100% tax-deductible health savings account PPO plan would be $590 per month. But I can show you how to eliminate the mandatory maternity benefit and lower your monthly premiums down to approximately $240 per month. To see if you qualify or for more information, call me, Tom Marabali, at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Hey, a few weeks ago, our AM 560 business tour stopped at Morcus Chocolates in Palatine. And thanks to all of our listeners, really, who stopped by to say hello. It was a great time. And we learned a lot about this amazing company from the owner, Rhonda Morcus. Her grandfather founded the company in 1920. Now, the samples that Rhonda shared with us were amazing. I was also intrigued to learn about Morcus Chocolates parties. That's right. They have a party room at Morcus Chocolates in Palatine where you can experience the chocolate creations hands-on. Then you can take your chocolate creations home. And it's not just for kids. Think about group outings, birthday parties, office parties. I think we'll even celebrate Dan Proff's birthday there. But, Dan, you have to show up in order for us to honor you.
I can't wait.
Okay, there's nowhere else like Morcus Chocolates. So go to morcuschocolates.com. That's MORKES chocolates with an S.com for more information about an outing or to view their great Easter items. Or call 847-359-3454. That's 847-359-3454, or visit morcuschocolates.com.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
AM 560, The Answer.
Today, we'd like to thank Andy Evans. Andy Evans, thanks for listening to AM 560, The Answer. Andy Evans, thanks for making Chicago's Morning Answer and AM 560 part of your day.
Barry Manilow's favorite song.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up, we at 7:37, we have Byron York to explain why Steve Bannon was removed from the National Security Council. But now we boogie down with Mike Scott in the newsroom.
39 degrees, showers, strong winds, wreaking havoc around Chicago today. Waves as high as 22 feet expected. Could cause some lakeshore flooding later today. State police investigating a shooting on the Kennedy Expressway this morning. Authorities say a man told troopers he was shot at while driving near West Addison. The victim actually drove himself to the hospital. Russia challenging President Trump to lay out a strategy for Syria. The president yesterday saying the recent chemical weapons attack was heinous and crossed lines. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson.
We think it's time that the Russians really need to think carefully about their continued support of the Assad regime.
Russia right now standing by Bashar al-Assad. President Trump meeting with China's president for the first time. Trump is hosting the Chinese president at the Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. The get-together begins today. Senate Republicans are expected to take the tactic called the nuclear option to ensure Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch is confirmed. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell set to change the rules to allow for a simple up or down vote to cut off debate. Severe storms pounding parts of the southeastern United States again. Millions from southern Indiana down to the Florida Panhandle covered by the threat of tornadoes. 5 tornadoes in Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina so far. An investigation underway after 2 were shot during a home invasion in southwest suburban Stinkney. Mayor Emanuel says the Chicago Public Schools are adding a new graduation requirement for high school seniors, a plan for the next 2 years.
Our goal is to make sure nobody spikes the ball at 12th grade. We want to make 14th grade universal. That's the new goal line.
Mayor Emanuel says the reality is that the workplace, in his mind, already imposes such a type of requirement for those leaving high school, so the requirement simply raises the level of expectation to what's going on in the real world. Cardinals and Cubs scrubbed because of rain. They'll try again today. Sox and Tigers rained out. That will be made up as part of a doubleheader on May 26. Bulls take on the 76ers tonight. Blackhawks battle the Ducks in Anaheim. That's because the College Hockey Frozen Four kicks off this afternoon at the UC. Minnesota Duluth will take on Harvard. Notre Dame involved in the Final Four as well. The news service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. They offer a menu of delicious superfoods. Why? It's not because they give you actual superpowers. It's so you can rise above travel disruptions and stay in control of your well-being. Eat well with the Superfoods RX menu at Westin. Let's rise. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Whenever anybody in America spouts off and says, doggone it, that's John McCain, or it was Harry Reid, it's Paul Ryan, and it was John Boehner before him. Hey, Joe, that's the problem with America. Whenever anybody mouths off like that, you know what I always say? I always say, well, who the hell voted for them?
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Metro's 95% on-time dependability helps you get to work on time no matter what's happening on the roads. Find the station nearest you at metrorail.com.
A good parking lot is essential to a good building and a good business.
This is Kevin Berquist. My company is SKC Construction, home of GreatParkingLots.com. Great parking lots. The name says it all. We make your parking lot great. We are an industry leader in seal coating. You can trust our company to do the work for your company. We have the same traditional values as you. We use a process and application that makes sure you get a great job that lasts a long time. I guarantee you'll have a good experience. Go to our website, greatparkinglots.com. Check it out, greatparkinglots.com.
Go to greatparkinglots.com. Schedule a free inspection and get a quote to make your parking lot a great parking lot. Save the expense. Fix, don't replace. Contact SKC Construction now for commercial parking lot seal coating and maintenance. SKC Construction, home of greatparkinglots.com. greatparkinglots.com.
7:35 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamante.
Like in the Loop, streets are closed at Randolph and Franklin due to a cracked window at a high-rise. And the high winds there, Orland Park, lines are down 131st. It's closed between Southwest Highway and LaGrange Road. There are flight delays and cancellations. The Edens is 27 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28 for Kennedy. Now an hour and 3 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 23 minutes from Montrose, 22 in the Express. Outbound 39 to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 47 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes. 3:55 to the drive, outbound 39 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive jammed Hollywood to Lawrence with a crash in the left lane. Northbound Tri-State slow 111th to 87th. Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Reagan Tollway Veterans Memorial getting heavier traffic service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less, with storage boxes and filing supplies to software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. Right now, get up to $10 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only ends 4/15/17. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamante on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Very windy, rainy. We'll have clouds and drizzle throughout the day. Snow in spots, high 48. Currently 39. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So Eli Lake, reporting in Bloomberg this morning, suggests something about both the Russian collusion story and investigation, as well as the Obama administration surveillance of Trump associates investigation, the unmasking, the leaking, that both stories are something burgers. Depending on where the facts lead, writes Lake, we will know whether Obama's National Security Advisor Susan Rice was justified in unmasking the names of Trump transition officials, or whether the media's obsession with the government's Russia investigation was warranted. I'm persuaded that that's the case, and there's mounting evidence that even though it's a something burger, the Democrats who are obsessed with this narrative, and I include all the Democrats in the D.C. press corps as well, they're having a difficult time proving up, and they're, I think, on the clock. They're starting to run out of time. Here's Brad Sherman, a Democrat, with Tucker Carlson the other night, admitting that they have no evidence on the Russian collusion.
I don't know anything about Paul Manafort. I'm merely saying these guys are being held up as Russian agents who changed the outcome of the election, and isn't it incumbent upon elected officials and the agencies to provide some proof that they did something wrong?
We need an investigation. There's no proof that any American did anything wrong.
There's no proof that any American did anything wrong. Democrat Brad Sherman. For more on both of these stories and much more, we're pleased to be joined by our friend Byron York. He, the chief political correspondent for the Washington Examiner, WashingtonExaminer.com. Byron, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, folks.
So where do you come down on the two sides, where both sides have people essentially suggesting everybody on the other side should be in prison?
Well, I think they're both stories. I think that the one thing you have to remember is the substance of the case will decide what happens. So the investigation began, and the question still is, did Donald Trump or his associates collude with the Russians to try to influence the 2016 election? And now a second question that has come to light, which is pretty important, did the Obama administration spy on Trump or members of his transition team or associates? There are answers to both of those questions. We don't really know what they are right now, but there are answers to them, and we'll find them out.
Well, then you have President Trump telling the New York Times that Susan Rice may have committed a crime. So what do you think he knows that we might not know?
Well, I don't know. He's president of the United States. He's privy to all of the classified information on this. But what we need now is not one more person characterizing the evidence. We need to actually see the evidence. So we had Devin Nunes go to the White House and look at these documents and come out and characterize them to some degree. We've had Adam Schiff, the Democrat, go to the White House, look at the same documents, be very quiet, kind of silent on them afterwards. We've had the president say that he thinks, the question was posed to him, do you think Susan Rice had committed a crime? And he said yes. So we don't know. What we need is to actually see the evidence, and then we can judge for ourselves.
What's your sense of what the clock is on this? How long can both sides extend out these concurrent investigations without getting to a conclusion?
Well, the clock's pretty long on it. And what will happen is if an investigation goes on for a very long time and no evidence is presented of something, people will just kind of declare the party's not guilty and move on. And I think that's true with the Trump collusion question. You just played what Brad Sherman said, the Democrat from California. We've had others say that, the investigation is just beginning and we can't know these things. Well, James Comey, the FBI director, told the House committee a couple of weeks ago the investigation began in July of 2016.
Right.
So it is not just beginning. And so basically, we'll see. But clearly, if this thing just goes on and Democrats are continually, quote, asking questions, but not presenting any evidence, then, it's going to go away.
Well, and one of the things, too, is, as much criticism as there is of Trump and messaging consistency and Republicans' messaging consistency, you've got Brad Sherman, Democrat, saying there's no proof that any American did anything wrong. And you have Julian Castro, Democrat, on the House Intel Committee, saying he wouldn't be surprised if Trump associates go to prison. So those are two very different statements.
Yeah, it is. And Julian Castro said, I wish I could tell you the name, but I'm sorry, I can't. So I think people have just kind of had enough of these teasing games and just want to see some evidence. Because, look, this is extremely serious. There's no doubt that some Democrats hope to use this to remove the president from office. I mean, that's how serious they are about it. So if there is actual evidence to back this up, we need to see it. And the Senate, they sound like they're just kind of settling in for a long, leisurely investigation. Who knows when that's going to start? And the House guys are squabbling with each other, although if it brings out some of the Susan Rice evidence, then the squabbling will have turned out to be at least more productive for public knowledge than the Senate collegiality. But we need to know something, and we need to know it fairly soon.
Byron York here, joining us this morning. I wanted to ask you about Steve Bannon. Yesterday afternoon, we learned that he lost his seat at the NSC. So who's in and who pushed for this change?
Well, I think this is clearly the influence of Henry McMaster, the national security advisor who President Trump hired after getting rid of Michael Flynn. And it was known going in that McMaster wanted to run a more conventional national security council, and that makes sense. And he wanted his own people on it, and that makes sense with the approval of the president, of course. And the inclusion of Bannon, it's not as if Steve Bannon cannot go attend some National Security Council meeting if there is a need for it. The same was true with Karl Rove in the George W. Bush White House. But being a member of it seemed to be a stretch at the time. And so it seems to me this is just basically a correction. And I do think McMaster had a certain amount of leverage on this, because you don't want to lose a second national security advisor. So I think Trump has given him some leeway, and he's made the right decision. This is not like Bannon has been just kicked out of the White House. It was an extraordinary thing for him to be on the council to begin with.
Although the Politico reporting that Bannon on this issue was near kicking himself out of the White House. He was near quitting, and there seems to be friction between him and Jared Kushner. At least that's what's being reported. The Politico suggesting that a confidant of Bannon's and a mega donor, Rebecca Mercer, had to talk him into staying in the White House. So where do you get a sense of that the Trump inner circle is at this moment, with Pence being dispatched to try and get Obamacare replaced 2.0 together, and then this power struggle, perhaps that's what's being reported over national security issues?
Well, I mean, my sense is that people shouldn't really spend a lot of time worrying too much about this inside baseball stuff, and they should look and see what the Trump White House does. And obviously the president started off with a lot of executive action, some of it quite successful, others less so. We're going to get the confirmation of the Supreme Court justice this week, and then there's this healthcare debacle, and the question is, will Trump push Republicans to come up with some sort of agreement, basically within the same framework they had before and failed, or will he go outside the circle of the Republican leadership to look either to other Republicans or to Democrats? I think those are the really kind of important questions as they determine the policy. I think, Jared and Steve are looking at each other sideways, and that kind of stuff is less interesting than what the Trump White House actually does.
I wanted to take up another issue, too, because this seems to me a real failure of both Trump and the Republican-controlled Congress in the first 100 days. And it's been exacerbated by this Washington Post story about the IRS literally basically stealing millions of dollars from innocent people that were targeted under the so-called structuring under the Bank Secrecy Act in terms of how they deposited money into their bank accounts. Department of Justice looking for quick hits that turned out to be wrong. According to an Inspector General's report, people were not obtaining any money illegally in 91% of the cases that were randomly sampled. And so now you've got this IRS abuse stealing people's money, their legitimate money, as well as the political and religious targeting of the IRS under the previous regime. John Koskinen is still the IRS commissioner. Lois Lerner is still taking the fifth, and there's been no addressing the abuses or the abusers over at IRS. Why?
Boy, I think you just made a great case for President Trump to make a priority of cleaning up the IRS. Boy, how popular would that be?
Right.
And not just now because it's tax time, but I mean 6 months from now, 6 months or 2 months ago when he takes office. I mean, this would be a hugely popular priority for the president. Plus, it would be the right thing to do. That's always a plus. So this is, I'm not calling it a missed opportunity, but certainly it's something the president should prioritize. I think we saw a tweet from the president last night, and it was just jobs, jobs, jobs. And there are a lot of Republican strategists who were heartened to hear that, to hear him pressing forward on the jobs and wages agenda, which is why he got elected.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a number of things, and I'm not sure repealing Obamacare is on the list, but there are a number of things the president can do to pursue the primary reason he got elected, which is to fix the economy, create more jobs at higher wages, and that's what he should be concentrating on, and not stealing America's money via the IRS would be a good part of that.
Yes, right. He is Byron York, chief political correspondent for the Washington Examiner, WashingtonExaminer.com. Byron, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, folks.
And he joined us on our TurnKey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You'd think he'd want to kick everybody out at the IRS because they're investigating him. That's why he couldn't release his tax returns, remember?
Yeah, there's certainly no love lost.
Yeah. Forecast for today, wind is the word. 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts of wind. Going to be nasty out there, just raw and cold. 39 degrees right now with light rain, going up to a high today of 48 degrees. The rain will end by this afternoon, so that's good. Overnight, mostly cloudy, a low of 34. And for Friday, plenty of sunshine, still a little bit breezy, but pleasant, a high of 55 degrees. Let's get to the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamante.
Thanks, Amy. We're up to nearly 300 flight cancellations at O'Hare due to weather here and also around the country, especially in the southeast. Midway, just 9 cancellations. There are some additional delays. The Edens has delays. Peterson to the Junction, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 33. The Kennedy is now an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 44 minutes. The Ike, an hour and 2 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 47 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to the drive, outbound 39 minutes. The Ryan, 32 minutes. 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford jammed, 8094 to 159th. The crash in the 2 left lanes. Lakeshore Drive, southbound, really heavy. Hollywood to Lawrence, where there's a crash in the left lane. Then it's also slow Belmont to North Avenue. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go 95th to 31st. And from the Reagan to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial, slope out most of the way to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. The Indiana Toll Road has a high wind ban for double and triple trailers. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Follow the world's best golfers at the 81st Masters Tournament, April 3rd through the 9th on the tournament's official website, masters.com. Log on all week long to experience a tradition unlike any other and follow the Masters on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Masters.com offers live, full-screen HD video coverage, including the Par 3 contest, plus real-time scoring, up-to-the-minute tournament news, and more. Masters.com, your official online source for the 2017 Masters.
Hiring is the most challenging part of my job.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. One click and my job was posted to 200 plus job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 200 plus job sites. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio offer.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My water heater broke down.
Sorry, but your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover water heater breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my water heater?
I'm afraid not.
But his water heater could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. That's 1-800-300-2127. 1-800-300-2127.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
HalfPriceSchools.com. Yeah, that's where you go if you want to get your kids out of public school and send them to private schools. And many of you probably thought, you know what, I just can't afford it. But you can if you go to HalfPriceSchools.com. They have schools located all across the Chicagoland area, including Mount Prospect, Antioch, Shanahan, Waukegan, Westchester, and even in Chicago, just to name a few. So make private schools affordable and available to you for the first time. Go to halfpriceschools.com. Now, keep in mind these vouchers sell out every year, so do it sooner rather than later. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. Amy, I want to introduce you to Einstein, the African gray parrot who turned 30 years old this past Tuesday. Happy birthday.
Another April birthday.
Exactly.
It's you, Marcus, Jeff Reisman, Keith Conrad.
Now, the neat thing about Einstein, the African gray parrot there in the Knoxville Zoo in Tennessee, is
you have a picture of him?
Well, not on me, but he has a larger vocabulary than the entire Daly family. So
he doesn't say D's and Dems and Does over deers?
And he has better diction as well.
Okay.
And he also is quite the impressionist.
Can you do a red wolf? How about an owl? The pretty songbirds? How about a rooster? Can you do a horse? Good. How about a pig that needs to go on a diet?
And then the trainer gives him seeds to eat after he does his his routine, just like you give me little almonds when I do Barry Manilow songs.
Can you fall down? Did that hurt?
Ow, ow, ow.
Cry like a baby.
A little cry baby.
Is that great? This is the best. Are you ready for this?
How could it get better?
Move over, Fred Travellina. You got Einstein, the African gray parrot, who does impersonations as well.
All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. All right, all right.
Right.
All right, all right.
All right, all right.
And he would have been better in Lincoln Lawyer than Matthew McConaughey, too. How about that? African gray parrot. What do you think?
I love it.
I'm thinking about maybe an African gray parrot, either for the studio or for my home.
No.
With my the little dog I got yesterday, Ludwig von Mises from Big Monster Toys.
Yeah, Big Monster Toys, yes.
And then I'm going to get a real dog, too.
No, you're not getting a real dog.
I'm denying him Hayek.
No, I'm not. I'm denying any adoption or any purchase of any puppies because you're not home enough to take care of a dog. You have no idea how time-consuming it is because you, like we grew up with cats. And cats, as you know, love on their own terms. But cats also are pretty independent. I mean, you could leave for weeks and just have, one of those all-you-can-eat buffets out and the water feeder and the kitty litter, and they'll be fine. But dogs require attention, especially puppies, every 2 to 3 hours. You're not going to be able to handle it. Unless you make your dog a service dog, maybe. You can bring it to the studio.
This is why I have a coterie of sycophants that follows me around to deal with matters like this.
Mm-hmm. Again, if I ever see Matt walking one of your dogs, I am going to confiscate the animal and send Matt home.
He's only one of the sycophants. There are many, many sycophants. By the way, I just want to hear this guy could star this guy, this parrot, this African gray parrot. He could star in the Police Academy movies. He could replace Michael Winslow. Listen to this.
Can you do a red wolf? How about an owl? The pretty songbirds? How about a rooster? Can you do a horse? Good. How about a pig that needs to go on a diet?
How do you do the horse without having lips?
I don't know. I mean, this is incredible.
It
makes me want to go to the Knoxville Zoo and check it out.
The animal kingdom is a mysterious, wonderful place. Yeah.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, President Trump facing his first major foreign policy test of his presidency, and later the perfect workout for Dan Prof, a way to lose pounds by relaxing. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, strong winds are hitting Chicagoland this morning. High waves along the Lake Michigan shoreline. In fact, there is a lakeshore flooding advisory up for the Chicago area and northwest Indiana. Northeastern Illinois University canceling 3 days of class. We'll tell you why. Cubs and Cards finale postponed because of rain. Sox and Tigers rained out and rescheduled. They'll have a doubleheader in May. Very windy, rainy, drizzly day, a high of 48. Complete look at weather after Fox and WINT Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Syria again denies gassing and killing civilians, saying it never used chemical weapons and never will.
Not only against our civilians or our people, but also will not use chemical weapons against the terrorists.
That's the foreign minister through a translator. Tuesday's attack left 86 Syrians dead, injuring others, including kids seen in footage gasping for air.
Well, I thought it was a terrible thing when you see little babies that are dead from gas and a very, very heinous form of gas.
That's President Trump moments ago telling Fox few people have access to such gas, but Russia is warning the West from rushing to judgment. The Russians claim an airstrike hit a rebel arsenal of chemical weapons. The president's now gathered with wounded warriors, veterans injured while serving, honoring them at the White House while they take part in a 3-day, 31-mile bike ride.
Well, I love them, and we wouldn't be here if it weren't for them, and I said we're going to take care of them. They have not been taken care of properly.
Later, the president will meet with China's president. All the bickering over Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch comes to a head at the Senate in a few hours. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, there won't be a talk-a-thon on the Senate floor. It'll be a procedural fight, as a vote to end debate will likely result in a Democratic filibuster, which will prompt Republicans to use the nuclear option to end the standoff. Republican Senator Orrin Hatch.
The Democrats are just so bitter about having lost the election to Donald Trump.
Democrat Dianne Feinstein called Gorsuch
a young, right-leaning judge
who will take our country backwards.
Once the filibuster is broken, the path will be clear for a final confirmation vote tomorrow. Dave.
Rachel, in the House, lawmakers are still trying to revive that bill to replace Obamacare. Republicans trying to make changes, this ahead of a 2-week recess. News on the economy. Fewer Americans needed unemployment benefits last week. First-time jobless claims plunged by 25,000. Tomorrow we get the monthly jobs report. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Rain and snow showers at O'Hare, officially 39 degrees at 8:02. On AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Strong winds are wreaking havoc on Chicagoland today. Wind gusts could reach 60 miles an hour later, especially along the Lake Michigan shoreline. State police investigating a shooting on the Kennedy Expressway overnight. A man told troopers he was shot while driving near West Addison. The victim drove himself to a nearby hospital. The mother of a Minneapolis man who was killed by an Amtrak police officer in the South Loop has died herself in a separate shooting. Candace Hackett was shot Sunday during a confrontation outside a motorcycle club in North Minneapolis. Hackett was the mother of Chad Robertson, who was shot and killed by an Amtrak officer during a February encounter near the tracks. An investigation is underway after 2 were shot during a home invasion in southwest suburban Stickney. The incident happened yesterday at a home near 48th and South Lockwood. Northeastern Illinois University canceling classes, scrubbing 3 days off its schedule next month. As a cost-saving measure, the cancellations scheduled to take place April 11th and 12th and on May 1st. St. Joseph's College alumni say they've raised $2.5 million toward keeping the Northwest Indiana school open. But it's far short of their goal. The alumni group had hoped to raise $20 million. The college leaders said they needed to keep that college open. Cardinals and Cubs scrub because of rain. They'll try again today at Busch Stadium. Tigers and White Sox also rained out on the south side. That game will be made up as part of a May 26 doubleheader. The news service of Staples, filing your own taxes this year. Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season. Storage boxes, filing supplies, software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $10 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only, ends 4/15/17. Staples, make more happen. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network, a service of TurnKey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, companies continued to trim staff in March, though outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas says it was a smaller cut than last year at this time, and the March cuts are the third consecutive month of lower job cuts than the corresponding month the year before. Retail leads all sectors in job cuts this year. Retailers have eliminated more than 50,000 jobs in the last 7 months, but it has announced more than 120,000 new jobs. Amazon is adding 30,000 part-time jobs in the U.S. The Wall Street Journal says 25,000 of the jobs will be in warehouses. The remaining 5,000 positions in customer service will allow employees to work from home. Music streaming service Spotify is working on going public. Instead of a traditional IPO, reports say the company might register its shares and let them trade freely. The Dow was down 41 yesterday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It's 8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
The success of a mid-sized business often comes down to one thing: managing your cash flow. I'm Ann Dollagall, Treasury Management Executive at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, we take a personalized and proactive approach to structuring your cash management solutions to keep your financial assets safe and working for you. Our automated accounts receivable and accounts payable technology allows your business to grow without adding to your overhead expenses. And what truly sets Signature Bank apart is our personal approach. We get to know your business by rolling up our sleeves to work alongside you. Call me today for a review of your company's operational challenges.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Writing job descriptions, sifting through resumes, setting up interviews. Hiring's hard, but Indeed.com makes it easier. Post your job, manage candidates, schedule interviews, all on Indeed. And since independent research shows that Indeed delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site, easy works. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Buying a new tractor? You owe it to yourself to visit your LS Tractor dealer. LS Tractors give you a lot more tractor for less money compared to other brands. For starters, LS Tractor comes with more select features as standard equipment. They make operating your tractor easier with better performance to get more work done quicker. Compare and you'll know who gives you more tractor for your money. LS Tractor. Excel in your field. Learn more at lstractorusa.com.
Visit Abbey Equipment in Streator and get more tractor.
8:07 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Like in downtown Chicago, Randolph is blocked off between Wells and Wacker. There's a cracked window on a high rise, and due to the high wind danger, this also has Franklin closed, Randolph to Washington. The Edens is 23 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 28, Kennedy an hour and 6 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 39 minutes from Montrose, 37 on the Express. Outbound 41 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower an hour and 5 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. 51 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 53 to Thorndale. Stevenson an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 37 minutes. Ryan 34 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford jammed 8094 to 159th after a crash. Lakeshore Drive, southbound heavy, Wilson to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Tri-State has northbound delays, 95th to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to St. Charles, and Army Trail to 290. The Indiana Toll Road has a ban on double and triple trailers due to the winds. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
High wind warning in effect until 4 p.m. Wind gusts of 40 miles per hour inland, 50 to 60 miles per hour near the lake. Otherwise, on and off rain and drizzle for the morning, cloudy throughout the day, high 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Rain and snow, 38 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. A couple of quick updates. One, Sun-Times reporting that Spalding, J.B. Pritzker, is going to make his formal announcement that he will be a Democrat candidate for governor in 2018 today. So you got Spalding versus Kennedy, a clash of dynasts.
Yeah, clash of family dynasties, really. And how expensive do you think that's gonna? How expensive do you think that race is going to be? The primary is going to be in the millions.
In the millions? What?
They're going to spend so much money. No one wants to be outdone by the other person.
I think you mean tens of millions.
Oh,
I think you mean hundreds of millions.
Oh, I didn't think it was going to go that high. It's going to go that high?
Millions. This will be the full cycle if Pritzker and Kennedy both do make the race and run through the March primary next year. Mm-hmm. You'll have north of $100 million spent on the Democrat side. And I know, Governor Rauner's already put $50 million downstroke for his reelection campaign. That is going to be augmented. This will be a mid, it may be too strong. This will be certainly a nine-figure race. This will be
holy cow.
Probably, let's see, Quinn versus Rauner was both sides total was about $100 million, maybe just south of $100 million. I think this will approach $250 million. I really do.
Really?
Yeah,
because no one wants to lose.
I think Rauner will spend north of $100 million by himself. And if Pritzker or Kennedy are the nominees, then you can expect the Democrats to go dollar for dollar. Because this just in,
Yeah.
The Democrats have money, too. All the rich guys are on the Republican side. Billionaires, dark money. Except for Fred Eichner. Except for Byron Trott. Except for George Soros. Except for Tom Steyer. Except for the public sector unions. Except for Mike Madigan. Except for the trial lawyers. All that money is fine.
Yeah.
All that outside money is fine. All those billionaires and well-heeled organizations, that's fine. It's Dan Proft. It's the Koch brothers. It's the people on the right that are scary, other billionaires who are conservatives. That's the hilarity of Chicago politics, as well as the pathetic, compliant Chicago press corps coverage of campaign financing and how these campaigns actually operate. But this is going to be, you won't believe the amount of money that's going to be spent.
All right, so if it's head-to-head between Kennedy and Pritzker, who's going to win?
I don't know. I think the problem you have with both of those individuals in terms of trying to assess them is only Pritzker has run for office before he lost the primary to Jan Schakowsky, Calamity Jan, back in the late 90s after Sid Yates died, for that congressional seat. It was he, Howie Carroll, former state senator, and Jan Schakowsky. So that's not much of a record to go on in terms of the quality of candidate, and running for Congress on the North Shore is just a completely different animal than running statewide. So I don't know. I think it's very difficult to see. I think you're going to have to see performance on the trail and the quality of the campaign organizations they put together. I suspect Kennedy is a little bit less of a fish out of water doing retail campaigning than is Pritzker, Spalding. I think Spalding is going to be,
Have you met Spalding?
I want a hot dog, no hamburger, French fries, no onion rings. We'll see. We'll see.
Have you met him? Is he approachable?
I've never met J.B. Pritzker, but the impression I get is that he's not the most, accessible, three-dimensional person you're ever going to run across.
Well, he's going to have to be down with the people, and to be down with the struggle, because they're going to have to go campaigning on the South Side, on the West Side, all over the state of Illinois.
There's some of that.
They're going to have to go to places that might not be so comfortable for them, and we'll see how they do. Well, because you can always tell a politician, because I'd always go and follow politicians when they'd go to the neighborhoods, and some of them would secretly have hand sanitizer and be disgusted and put it on their hands. I don't want to say who, because they don't want to be with people.
No, imagine that.
And that's a problem.
Imagine that. Oh, gosh, so we should.
I have to talk to these people?
We shouldn't buy the lines that they're down with the struggle. Boy, what a revelation. It is to some people. It is a lot of people that vote for the men and women of always in this city and state. So your point is well taken. Here's the thing, though, too. Here's the other problem Kennedy and Pritzker have. Bruce Rauner has bought up all the Carhartt merchandise. So they're going to have a difficult time getting their hands on Carhartt wear to pretend they have a workshop where they build furniture on the weekends.
Well, he is. Bruce Rauner's Swedish, and he works with his hands. He's a carpenter, kind of like Jesus was.
Yeah, is that how he made $500 million?
Yes,
boy,
making
it was an
hook out of a Brazilian wormwood.
Yeah,
yes.
he was one of the more expensive carpenters in terms of hourly rate, if that's how it came to pass.
No, but he doesn't. From the times that we've spent with Governor Rauner, he doesn't seem to be like a snob by any means. He seems to be a regular Joe. Yes, he's a down-to-earth billionaire, if that's even possible.
Sure,
but
of course
if you're
it's
going
possible.
It is. That's what I think he is.
How do you like Rauner's commercials?
Well, my boys laughed at them, and they said to me, "What's up with the duct tape?" They thought that was strange. And then his plaid, lumberjack.
That's the Carhartt.
That's the Carhartt. Yeah, I know. It's all right, but he wears that. He drives a Harley and he wears those clothes. He's not a fancy dresser like you, Dan. He doesn't walk around in this Northwest Side GOP club straight out of JP Jefferson Park.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I just want to get your assessment. You and Peyton and Eli, since you're.
Well, no,
if it plays in the Jacobson household, then it plays in Illinois.
It didn't play well in the household with the boys. And they've met him before. They're like, why is he in a wood shop?
Well,
is he an elf making toys for Christmas?
Yeah. Well, I would say, they're pre-adolescent children, but so are most of the voters in Chicago. So that is actually probably a pretty good leading indicator of how most Chicago lobotomized Democrat primary voters will vote. So that's why it's interesting to hear from Peyton and Eli.
And we are going to have Governor Rauner on Monday. Tuesday or that day.
Yeah.
Any day that ends in Y of next week, he will be on the show.
Sean in Elmwood Park. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I'll tell you what, it's just despicable to see this whole thing. And the Pritzkers, that's one rich family nobody wants to be a member of. What a freak show that is. From the Buddy Hackett lookalike Penny to the cross-dressing Colonel. And now you got this buffoon. He's going to run. And then you got Binky Face Kennedy. And who's our guy? It's Papa Smurf in his wood shop. Sure he does ride a Harley and wear flannel. First thing this idiot did was hire a $100,000 secretary for that gargoyle he's married to.
Oh, come on.
Easy.
All right.
And head south.
All right, Sean.
That was a little...
Sean's mean-spirited. You want to talk about somebody who doesn't like people. You think that politician using hand sanitizer doesn't like people? Spend a half hour with Sean from Elmwood Park.
Does Sean like anybody?
He is still invited to my birthday party, though, and Ann B. Davis's bowling ball had a question because you were saying that my birthday party was being moved, was going to be at Morcus Chocolates in Palatine, which would be great, but he was wondering if it was being moved from the Charles Murray Reading Room to Morcus Chocolate, and I want to assure you we're going to do two.
Oh, okay.
So we'll do the Charles Murray Reading Room birthday party where the theme will be 19th century Treasury secretaries. Oh. I'm coming as Salmon P. Chase, so just put you on notice. Ann B. Davis bowling ball. You're maybe more like a Hugh McCulloch. So I just wanted to clear the air on that, so people know that is still happening. Review 19th century Treasury secretaries to pick out someone other than Salmon P. Chase, and then we'll go to Morcus Chocolates for dessert.
Because this is a big number for you. Are you 60? Or do you want to tell people?
75 years old. I've been alive for almost 1/3 of this country's history. To borrow from Don Rumsfeld, what a young country, what an old man.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, the rain has stopped, but there's still some dampness on the roadways, and we should have cloudy skies by this afternoon, and it's going to be windy, 40 to 50 to sometimes 60 mile per hour gusts of wind, high today of 48 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a low of 34, and for tomorrow, Friday, plenty of sunshine. It will be breezy, warmer, a high of 68, and your weekend looks spectacular. Sunday, again, another warm day, a high of 73. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamante.
Amy and Dan O'Hare has about 300 canceled flights today. Midway, just about 9. And on the Indiana Toll Road, no double or triple trailers are allowed till mid-afternoon due to the high winds. The Edens, 22 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28. Kennedy, an hour and 6 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 39 minutes from Montrose, 37 on the Express. Outbound, it's 41 to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 5 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 53 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes. 3:55 to the drive, outbound 37 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, heavy southbound, Wilson to North Avenue, and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-States, though, 95th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial, stop and go 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Harvey owns a building and wants to save money by making his heating and cooling system more energy efficient.
Yes?
But Harvey's afraid of the cost and if he can get a return on his investment.
I am indeed.
Plus, he's nervous about disrupting the businesses that rent space in his building. Harvey doesn't know what to do with an HVAC system that's seen better days. The Air Comfort problem solvers to the rescue. Working as a team, the Air Comfort professionals find simple solutions that make a huge impact on building efficiency and operating costs, with minimal or no disruptions to building operations. HVAC upgrades and retrofits from Air Comfort can save thousands of dollars per year. They save energy, reduce maintenance, and eliminate downtime. And buildings with better energy ratings command higher rents and selling prices, and make tenants happy. Get real solutions from the Air Comfort team of problem solvers. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com and start saving money today. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Your healthcare facility could be spreading infectious pathogens, and you don't even realize it. You do your best to protect patients and staff, but is it enough? You hear frequent news of people going to the hospital for a procedure and leaving with an unrelated infection that could have been prevented. And it's costing healthcare $45 billion each year in revenue loss, additional surgeries, longer hospital stays, possible loss of accreditation, and even wrongful death. Are you doing everything you can to decrease the risk of infection in your critical environments, your operating rooms, your labs, and your pharmacies, all your critical environments? Don't take the risk. Critical Environments Professionals, or CPRO, is the one provider for compliance, containment, and infection prevention. An innovator with decades of experience with a multitude of hospitals served. Contact them for a free infection risk assessment for your critical facilities. Go to cproinc.com. Hit the promotions button. That's ceproinc.com. Or call 847-636-7710.
AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues right now. And make sure to join me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon starting at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so in response to that horrific poison gas attack, chemical weapon attack in Syria that is alleged to have been conducted at the behest of the dictator of Syria, Assad, where dozens of people were killed, including many children.
Yeah, 72 people and 20 women and children were killed. And did you see the video?
Yes, I've seen it.
I mean, it's heartbreaking.
Usually slaughters are, and that's
no,
what this
I know,
was.
but they're kids and teenagers that couldn't breathe. I mean, it's just a horrific way to die.
And as we noted yesterday, I thought per Putin and Obama and the John Kerry, the declaration during the last regime that all of Assad's chemical weapons caches had been eliminated. Apparently not, to no one's surprise. Trump had this to say yesterday in his presser with the King of Jordan, Abdullah II, about his flexibility on Syria policy.
And I will tell you, it's already happened, that my attitude toward Syria and Assad has changed very much. And if you look back over the last few weeks, there were other attacks using gas. You're now talking about a whole different level.
Yeah, of course, his priority changed on Assad because last week they said that Assad was no longer a priority, but now this has happened. And I thought really President Trump did a great job yesterday of pinpointing the depravity of what's going on. I mean, he really cared. I think that it was a strong moment for President Trump, and he said that he's taking responsibility now because he's in charge.
My attitude toward Syria and Assad has changed very much. I will tell you that attack on children yesterday had a big impact on me. Big impact. That was a horrible, horrible thing. And I've been watching it and seeing it, and it doesn't get any worse than that. It crossed a lot of lines for me. When you kill innocent children, innocent babies, little babies, that crosses many, many lines, beyond the red line, many, many lines.
So what do we do now?
Well,
because the world is waiting.
The rhetoric at the UN was ratcheted up by our ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, addressing the Security Council yesterday. Nikki Haley said this, drawing not unanticipated ire from the Russians.
When the United Nations consistently fails in its duty to act collectively, there are times in the life of states that we are compelled to take our own action. For the sake of the victims, I hope the rest of the council is finally willing to do the same.
Yeah, and the Russian ambassador to the UN shot back at Haley because she went on to implicate Russia. So in terms of Russian appeasement from this administration, our ambassador to the UN is not appeasing Russia with respect to what is going on in Syria in light of this most recent attack. And As you heard from President Trump, he is leveling up his rhetoric, suggesting that his opinion on Syria and perhaps what to do about Assad is moving. Where that moves to is still an open question, as he's talking about the mess he inherited from Obama for drawing this red line that he did not defend when it was crossed. Talking with King Abdullah II of Jordan about the refugee camps, effectively, that are that Jordan is essentially overseeing for those who have fled Syria. And does this become strictly a humanitarian, ratcheting up the humanitarian piece of the strategy and our work product here, our efforts, or do we move into contemplating some military action to do regime change? I think the latter is still a ways away.
And then what will North Korea think? I mean, if we do nothing and let Assad use weapons of mass destructions, that might empower them to do something stupid, especially now that the president of China is here. But also there's talk of disabling their runways so that they can't, go up into the air and drop chemicals of mass destruction on people, and getting Israel involved. And I mean, it's just, could we go to war over this?
I doubt it. I think part of the problem with even contemplating that is, as much as some neocons want to, and this is where you're going to have some division of opinion within Republican ranks, is the answer to the what happens if Assad was deposed. Does Syria become more stable or less? Does it become more or less a state sponsor of terror? Nobody has a particularly good answer, a definitive no, it doesn't. That yes, regime change would be good. Yes, there would be more stability. Yes, we would reduce the influence of Hezbollah. We would reduce the influence of terrorist organizations. It would not be such an incubator for terrorism and a base camp for ISIS as it is now. The problem is you can't offer definitive yeses to those questions, and it presents a problem for doing anything other than trying to somewhat cripple Assad's ability to carry out these attacks on his people.
I mean, what about a no-fly zone? I mean, we had it over Iraq for 10 years because of fear of chemical weapons.
That's an escalation. Tim in Woodstock, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. I think it would be good for people to watch what videos they can. I watched one yesterday and saw, a young boy breathing probably his last few breaths, and I just think people should look at that, stop the tape, and say this is what appeasement looks like. I think President Obama, to me, looked like Yosemite Sam out in the desert with Bugs Bunny, saying, drawing a line in the sand, backing up and just daring him to cross the line. And as soon as Bugs Bunny does, he backs up a couple more feet and draws another line, and it just goes on. And I know what you're saying, Dan. There's a lot of larger questions of what the impact would be, but something's got to be done to keep young innocent kids from dying like that.
Thanks for the call, Tim. I agree with that. And here's the thing. I always agree that America has a moral responsibility to prevent genocide where it is occurring. That is my stated position. But that you can do so in a humanitarian way, you can do so in a military way, you can do so in some combination of the two. I still think at this point it is a humanitarian problem because we can't answer that question about what happens if we're successful in deposing Assad. What does victory look like? Replacing Assad with what, likely? Those questions need a deep dig. But in the meantime, we could certainly do more on the humanitarian front.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
When you think about spring, what comes to mind? Baseball, tulips, spring cleaning? How about cleaning up your home? Hi, Amy Jacobson here to tell you about our good friends at CertaPro Painters. Spring has arrived, and it's a great time to focus on your exterior painting. Don't deny how ugly it is. The chipping, peeling, eyesore of a front porch. So do what I did and call CertaPro Painters now. 1-800-GO-CERTA or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. They really are the best in the business. They're clean, responsible, talented. They increased our property values. They're such a top-notch company. They've been around for 25 years and counting. So do what I did and experience the CertaPro difference. 1-800-GO-CERTA or CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
Law, liberty, justice. This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
My fiance is in a poetry class in college, and part of the curriculum is for the student to critique the other student's poetry. One of the poems in particular written by another student is, in both of our opinions, just out and out pornography. So I was wondering what the legal boundaries between pornography and freedom of speech were.
That's a great question. And first, let me say this, that while First Amendment protections are very vigorously enforced on the public college campuses and university campuses around the country, if an article or material is deemed to be obscene or pornographic in nature, a woman especially, but anybody, does not have to be in a position to evaluate something that they would find personally offensive. Because pornography and obscenity generally without the boundaries and without the protections of the First Amendment, and no one could be compelled in that context to violate their conscience by having to evaluate something that is either obscene or pornographic.
Visit us at aclj.org. That's aclj.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Treating your employees like pets by microchipping them. Good idea. We'll get your reactions. 312-642-5600. TurnKey.pro answer line at 8:38.
And later, the best workout for Dan Proft. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Right now, clouds and sunshine. 18 degrees, or 18 mile-an-hour winds, giving us a wind chill of plus 24 right now. President Trump is meeting with China's president for the first time. They begin talks today at the president's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. Fewer people are asking for unemployment benefits. Weekly jobless claims sliding by 25,000 last week. Senate Republicans expected to go nuclear today to ensure that Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch is confirmed. Republican South Carolina Senator Tim Scott says they're simply asking for a fair vote.
We can clearly see beyond the shadow of a doubt that this man is more than qualified for appointment. Any argument to the contrary is based purely on political opposition.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell set to change the rules to allow for a simple 51-vote majority to cut off debate. Severe storms are pounding parts of the southeast U.S. again. 5 tornadoes reported overnight in Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. Strong winds wreaking havoc around Chicagoland today. We have a pause in our rain-snow mix right now, but wind gusts could hit 60 miles an hour, according to the National Weather Service, especially near Lake Michigan later this afternoon. An investigation underway after 2 were shot during a home invasion. It happened in southwest suburban Stinkney yesterday. And a Chicago woman has sued Uber and another customer of that ride-sharing company, saying she was stabbed by the passenger. Jennifer Camacho says she called an Uber pool for a ride in January. She says the passenger in the front seat began slashing her in the face as soon as she got in. Cubs and Cardinals will try again today after yesterday's rainout. Sox and Tigers washed out on the south side. That game will be made up as part of a May doubleheader. College hockey's Frozen Four kicks off this afternoon at the UC. Minnesota Duluth taking on Harvard. The news service of Staples. HP Savings Month at Staples means big savings on great HP products all month long. Now buy one HP ink and get the second at 40% off and experience the outstanding print quality of HP ink. Ends 4/8. Restrictions apply. See staples.com/HP month. Staples, make more happen. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
You know, if you see a huge group of people and they're all in line waiting to do something and they're all happy about it, don't you wonder, okay, what's going on? What am I missing here? What are these people excited about? In this case, it's thousands of people doing the same thing. They're joining MediShare. MediShare members share each other's medical expenses. It's that simple. It's growing like crazy because it works. Think about it. You don't have to deal with health insurance companies anymore or government health insurance. Instead, you're part of something you believe in. You're part of a community of people supporting each other, and you can save so much money. This could be the answer you're looking for, and it may be one of those things you start doing and then wonder, Why didn't I look into this a long time ago? Find out more. Don't miss out. Call 844-41-BIBLE. Now, it's available everywhere but Montana. 844-41-BIBLE. That's 844-41-BIBLE.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
8:37 and a check of your roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamante.
Thanks, Mike. In the loop, Randolph is closed between Wacker and Wells with a cracked window and a high-rise, and Franklin is blocked there as well from Randolph to Washington. The Edens is 20 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26 to Kennedy. An hour and 2 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose, 31 on the Express, outbound 35 minutes to O'Hare, the Eisenhower. An hour and 8 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. 54 minutes from Manheim, outbound 38 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38 minutes. The Ryan is 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive. Delays are southbound, Lawrence to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Tri-State northbound, stop and go 95th to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial slows 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. The Indiana Toll Road has a high wind ban for double and triple trailers till 2 this afternoon, and there are many flight cancellations. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamante on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, windy, rainy, drizzly throughout the day, cloudy, chilly in the afternoon, high 48. A heavy gusty wind should hit the lakefront later this afternoon. Cloudy, breezy overnight, low 34, and a nicer day on Friday, sunny, breezy, high 55. 38 right now. Next news coming up at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by the Art House Gallery. Sell your gold, diamonds, jewelry, watches, and more. Call 847-926-0700.
Listen to podcasts of Joe Walsh and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We got some breaking news. Apparently, Devin Nunes is going to temporarily step down from the Russian investigation, the Russian collusion investigation. This just came over the transom. We will get more details as they are available. Also, updating a story about J.B. Pritzker announcing his candidacy for governor this afternoon. It's going to be at 2 p.m. at Grand Crossing Gym, which is a Park District gym, 7655 South Ingleside in the south
Are you kidding me?
Is he going to wear a warm-up suit?
I want the tracksuit, really.
Yeah.
Like the Royal Tenenbaums wore in that movie. I'd like the red tracksuit.
That's what.
And he could have his kids and put on some jewelry.
Spalding.
Where's the address again? Because I might want to go to that.
7600 Ingleside. 7655 South Ingleside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
He's a regular guy.
We'll bring you his audio.
That's
tomorrow.
where he works out.
Oh, I got a gig. I got a gym.
He's got a standing pickup
basketball game,
croquet game, lawn bowling game down there.
Do they
Sundays.
have polo there?
Yeah, exactly. There's this story. Get your reaction. Would you volunteer to have your employer microchip you?
Ooh, my employer?
Yeah.
Oh.
Install a chip in your hand. So for the purposes of like swiping in and out, opening doors.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, that's what's happening. This is your motherland that's doing this. A startup.
Russia?
Right. Yes. The descendant of Vlad the Impaler, Amy Jacobson. Swedish startup Epicenter The company offering to implant its workers and startup members with microchips the size of grains of rice that function as swipe cards to open doors, operate printers, or buy smoothies with a wave of a hand. The injections have become so popular because the Swedes are compliant, docile people, that workers at Epicenter hold parties for those willing to get implanted.
Oh, really? An implant party? How fun.
When are we going to do that here at AM 560? 312-642-5600, TurnKey.pro answer line. Would you allow your employer to perform an invasive procedure on you for the purposes of monitoring you? Oh, and so you could work the printer. You can text us at 646-360A.
The only concern I would have is the pain associated with the implantation of the device. No, but seriously, I just wouldn't want them to know where I am all the time. I mean, what if I was at a Democratic fundraiser or something and they could look online? Do they have, or is this just to open and shut doors and use the printer?
That's what they say.
Yeah, that's what they say, but I'm sure that they can monitor your behavior even when you're off work.
Well, the other
See
thing,
what you're doing on your off time.
Well, the other thing is, the data collection component of these microchips, right, to show how often an employee comes to work, what they buy. There's some of these microchips can be storehouses of data that monitor other non-work related activities or just even your work-related activities throughout the course of the day. Do you want to get that up close and personal with your employer? One docile Swede said, of course, putting things into your body is quite a big step to do, and it was even for me at first. But then on the other hand, people have been implanting things into their body like pacemakers and stuff to control your heart. That's a way, way more serious thing than having a small chip that it can actually communicate with devices. So the concerns that we're raising are lost on this employee because a pacemaker doesn't allow people to monitor you. That's the big difference. So it's the kind of surveillance state moving to the private sector is the real issue with this.
Is it the millennium generation not seeing that they could be monitored all the time?
I guess this is the whole thing is that, I'm willing to, we talk a lot about sacrificing security for freedom.
Yep.
And as Benjamin Franklin famously said, you deserve neither in that instance when you would make such a sacrifice. What about the idea of sacrificing freedom for convenience? Because everything is convenience.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be what this is. And I'll just kind of shrug my shoulders. And then when it all goes awry and this becomes an Aldous Huxley novel that I'm living in, then I'm going to cry surveillance state and I'm going to, don the cloak of the civil libertarian and decry these invasions by Big Brother, even though I've been a willing participant all along the way.
I've always thought as a parent we should have the right to chip our children. Because there's a number of child abductions every year. Sometimes you want to know where your kid is. But you know what they have now? These things called cell phones. And I have a cell phone tracker on my kids so I can see where they are. They say they're at Dairy Queen on Southport. And they're really, just walking around getting Pokemon balls or whatever those things are called. I can find out because I can look and find my iPhone.
So because you have been apprised of the invention of the cell phone recently, then you no longer believe that parents should have the right to microchip their kids, or you still believe that?
No, if a parent wants to do it, I think that's their right. We microchip our pets.
Exactly. And what is the difference between the house cat and Peyton or Eli? Is there any substantial difference? Except, perhaps maybe where your love is directed. Oh, no, I'm kidding.
But even with microchip, though, you can't go on, on the computer and see where they are. That's just if the cat is found, then they scan the chip to see where the owners live.
What if?
But I think there'll be some day where you can put in a microchip and you can get online and see, where the person or cat or dog is.
Do you think that we should also have the Running Man necklaces, where if you go outside a designated perimeter, it collapses and blows off your head? What about that? Or maybe even just like the shock collars.
The shock collar, yes.
Shock collars for
invisible
kids too?
Invisible fence.
What about shock collars for toddlers? If it's for the dog and the cat, why not the toddler?
Don't go near the fireplace. Oh! Oh, you just got
shock collars for toddlers. The exploding necklaces for the older kids that get a little bit more rambunctious. And, one head explodes and it kind of sends a message throughout the neighborhood. that this is
Did
serious.
you hear what happened to Johnny?
Yeah.
Don't
Right.
don't test it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's
gonna explode.
It's funny too. This is like an old Ray Romano comedy, but come to life. I saw Ray Romano do stand up many years ago when we were both young men.
Yeah. When you were in your 40s.
And he talked about the advent of the cell phone. He had heard about it years before you, apparently.
Mhm.
But he was talking about the cell phone, and one day we're going to get to where the phone is actually implanted in our heads, and it's just like you just tap your right ear to say hello, and then you're just talking. And it's kind of like that now with these earpieces. But he's talking about actually implanted. You just tap your right ear, hello, you have a conversation. Then you tap your left ear if you got another call on the other line, and then you press your nostrils, and you can conference everybody in. And then he ends this bit by going, oh, wait a second. I think I got a fax coming in. And he turns to his behind to say, get the fax implanted in.
Awesome.
It's better when he does it because he has better comedic timing than I do. But I'm just saying. I'm not moving to Sweden.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, breaking news about Nunes stepping down from the Russian investigation. Dan will have the latest. And also a great workout plan for Dan Proft so he can lose some lbs before going to the Dominican. But first, here's your forecast. The rain and snow has stopped, but the wind has not. 40 to 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. Otherwise, we're going to have pretty chilly conditions, a high of 48 degrees tonight, mostly cloudy, breezy, a low of 34. And for Friday, plenty of sunshine, a little bit of breeze, not like today, though, and a high of 55. Let's go to our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center and see how it's going on the roadways and in the air. Here's Jim Talamante.
Thanks, Amy. We're up around 300 flight cancellations at O'Hare, not just because of the weather here, but there's also some nasty stuff in the southeast. The Indiana Toll Road has a double and triple trailer ban due to the high winds in Lake Porter and LaPorte counties. And in downtown Chicago, there's a cracked window on a high-rise. And with that situation and the winds, closures of Randolph between Wells and Wacker and Franklin between Randolph and Washington. Traffic on the inbound Eden, it's a little heavy. Elston to the junction. 20 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound 24th. Kennedy. Delay started Austin. An hour and 3 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 34 minutes. The Ike. An hour and 8 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 38 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's cleared up. Ryan, 28 minutes. 95th to downtown. Delays on the northbound Tri-State from Archer to 47th and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamante in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Bob Aument, a founding partner of the law firm of Daspin and Aument and longtime personal customer of Signature Bank. Our firm recently left one of the larger banks to bank with Signature Bank, and it's been a refreshing change. With Signature Bank, we've been able to tailor banking solutions that fit the specific needs of our firm. Beyond that, Signature Bank is responsive, efficient, and timely in meeting those needs. If I have a request, I pick up the phone and talk to Mick O'Rourke, not someone at a phone bank thousands of miles away. Daspin and Aument needed more than what the larger banks offer, and we found that with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker may not stand out on a debate stage that includes Donald Trump and a dozen other GOP presidential candidates, but he's been a standout conservative reform governor with staying power and the birthplace of modern progressivism, who is poised in 2018 to win what seems like his 17th re-election campaign since 2010. Perhaps his fellow cheeseheads, Paul Ryan and Reince Priebus, could learn from Walker's executive example. Walker is understated but unflappable. He makes big bets on core principles. The public sector unions could lay siege to Madison, and Democrat legislators could abdicate to Rockford, Illinois, both of which happened. But Walker was not to be deterred. From the outset, Walker brought jumpy GOP legislative leaders in and held their hands while they collectively implemented reforms that lowered taxes and generated budget surpluses, expanded school choice for Wisconsin students and teachers alike, and turned Pleasant Prairie into a Midwestern center of corporate campuses where more net jobs are created weekly than Illinois has created this century. Perhaps because of his suburban dad, room temperature personality, Walker hasn't received the fanfare he deserves, but he has given us a model of conservative reform governance that should be emulated and scaled nationally.
AM 560, The Answer.
Couple of texts on our microchipping story. Just teach your kids no breathing, eating, and you'll always know where they are. For the kidnapping issue that you mentioned, what happens when the kidnappers find the chip and cut that body part off?
Oh,
great question.
Come on.
And then
Jeez.
a text from 312. You people are so obsessed about Big Brother. Sheesh. Alexa, change the station.
Oh,
That's
wait,
funny.
speaking of Alexa, can I read this real quick? One of the coolest gadgets out there right now is Amazon Echo, also known as Alexa. And if you'd like your own personal assistant right there to answer all of your questions, I bet you have like 5 Alexas in your place, right,
No,
Dan?
none.
None, really? Enter for your chance to win an Amazon Echo Dot by downloading or visiting the AM560 mobile app. Just click on the banner to register. It takes only a few seconds to do, and you could win an Alexa.
All right, here's the breaking news we mentioned before the break, and now have an update. Here's the statement that House Intelligence Committee Chairman Devin Nunes issued. Several left-wing activist groups have filed accusations against me with the Office of Congressional Ethics. The charges are entirely false and politically motivated and are being leveled just as the American people are beginning to learn the truth about the improper unmasking of identities of U.S. citizens and other abuses of power. Despite the baselessness of the charges, I believe it is in the best interest of the House Intelligence Committee and the Congress for me to have Representative Mike Conaway, with the assistance of Representatives Trey Gowdy and Tom Rooney, temporarily take charge of the committee's Russia investigation while the House Ethics Committee looks into this matter. I will continue to fulfill all of my other responsibilities as committee chairman, and I'm requesting to speak to the Ethics Committee at the earliest possible opportunity in order to expedite the dismissal of these false claims. So it is a temporary stepping down, if you will, that Nunes has decided because of the, the politically motivated, as he describes them, allegations filed with the Office of Congressional Ethics against him.
Do you think this is a smart move on his part? Or is this an admission of guilt?
It's not an admission of anything. I understand it, but I don't like it because it just begets more left-wing thuggery and skullduggery and frivolous claims to upset the trajectory and consistency of the investigation. I'm sure this will be fine and will be seamless, turning it over to the representatives that were named. But Devin Nunes in the last week, particularly with the Susan Rice story, has been proven fairly credible on this matter. And you can argue about how he's handled certain things, but the substance of it, it seems like he's been on the mark, and he shut Adam Schiff up, which says something. So I don't like getting pushed around by the left and by their organs that file these frivolous claims that try and use every means necessary to disrupt the representative republic, to play politics at every turn. And I think Republicans need to be more inclined to lean in rather than run away, even temporarily.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. The storm season is here. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for sudden damage and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
When you think about spring, what comes to mind? Baseball, tulips, spring cleaning? How about cleaning up your home? Hi, Amy Jacobson here to tell you about our good friends at CertaPro Painters. Spring has arrived, and it's a great time to focus on your exterior painting. Don't deny how ugly it is. You know, the chipping, peeling, eyesore of a front porch. So do what I did and call CertaPro Painters now. 1-800-GO-CERTA or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. They really are the best in the business. They're clean, responsible, talented. They increased our property values. They're such a top-notch company. They've been around for 25 years and counting. So do what I did and experience the CertaPro difference. 1-800-GO-CERTA or CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP. And right now, you can try Transcend absolutely risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-9121. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. To receive your 10-day in-home trial, call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-9121. Again, that's 1-800-400-9121.
When was the last time you had a full audit of your fire and safety protection plan? Sure, you have all your equipment serviced periodically as required. However, most service technicians, while highly qualified, are focused on the mechanics of their inspections and are not looking at the big picture of a full fire protection plan and whether it still makes sense for you. Your plan was probably effective when it was first implemented, but over the years, changes in your operations and advances in fire and safety technology may have rendered your current plan ineffective. If it's been a long time since someone took a serious look at your fire protection plan, or if you've never had an evaluation audit, give Illinois Fire and Safety a call to have one of their professional auditors come out to visit your facilities. They're on a mission to improve fire and safety in the workplace. Let Illinois Fire and Safety help ensure that your workplace has the most appropriate and effective fire and safety plan and equipment in place. Go to illinoisfire.com for a complimentary fire and safety audit. That's illinoisfire.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
We got more breaking news. Looks like House Speaker Paul Ryan and the Freedom Caucus may have brokered a deal on Obamacare replace. He's having a presser right now. Mike's got a lot more details.
Yep, and thanks for making us part of your morning. Now here is Mike Scott.
Strong winds expected to hit Chicagoland today, some near 60 miles an hour. Two-shot and Stinkney in a home invasion that is under investigation. Cubs and Cardinals scrubbed by rain. Same story for the Sox and Tigers. Weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time.
YLL Chicago.
AM 1160 wants to give you